I see that I have, some viewers here, but definitely leave a message if you're logged into Google if you can. Um, we're in the Apocrypha, the Song of the Three Holy Children. There's a preface in the front, at least what I can and even sending his son down in this from the fire. Either do so or suggest for you to do something to protect yourself. Or we have stories like this we can look to.
It's not.
Or no?
Everybody, not yet. We get. Walking fire. Walking.
Apocrypha. There's no chapter, it just starts off, right? Reset the modem just to make sure it's not something happening Okay, yeah, Shirella, we are back on. Hopefully that helps some. I guess we'll find out sooner than later if it keeps going out and in. So let's continue on in the Apocrypha, Daniel chapter 3. I'm sorry, Song of the Holy Children, verse 1. For folks that just joined us, remember we linked up chapter 3, verses 23 to 25, reading about the instance where this prayer fits in when Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were thrown into the fiery furnace for not bowing down to the idol, and how they were delivered from the flames, being life threatened, right?
Mm-hmm.
To a read the prayer now.
Daniel chapter. Azariah of Abednego.
Right. So like to us even here being brought to the roots, right? The Kuta.
Right.
So we saw that happen even here with the Babylonians on to they
You know, we had our Hebrew name,
mm-hmm.
the slave record,
Right.
and they told you, you know, male, female, and age, and so on and so forth. So we had a lot of Yah, YAH.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what it show over there on the walls and
wow, is he going to deliver his hardship? Once the deliverance comes, the success happens, right? You face the fire, you know, whether it be literal in this case or even figurative.
right.
Established it, or he didn't.
Well, that's not the core. One time they got that deep down hate aggression, like you going like this. They got to put you on the ground, put their foot on your neck, and then when they wet them, what are you doing? When we call your mother constituent. They feel that they build up the young and the old. Like if they move around, they don't respect the old or the young. I hate Esau, man. And I see people trying to love these people, they're gonna get it too.
Con, what you said is true. I'm curious. Does this link with something we just read?
Oh, we talking about like the fire and stuff, you know.
Okay.
Babylonians and they stuff is true, because Babylonians, aren't they the so-called some fake Jews over there in where they land is desolated with the starvation and the water dried up? They some people in
The Greeks call them Ethiopians.
yes, Ethiopians. You see what happened to them to this day. Over there, they starving. They got blown up stomachs. They drinking dirty water and all that.
Mm-hmm. So Ethiopians, Somalians, was it Djibouti? They're all Kush.
Good, yeah.
East Horn of Africa.
Hell.
On the Horn of Africa, yeah. That's the guy that they always make fun of with that Tom Cruise movie. Not Tom Cruise, the Tom Hanks movie where he's Captain Phillips.
Yeah.
I am the captain. I am the captain now.
Yeah.
They always show that guy, right? They're Hamites. The Fatma what?
Yeah, they
Hamites, come.
I seen it on, on the what you call the flat screen TV or the TV or whatever. They showed them on there, in very bad hardship, and he saw me trying to make money off them. You know what I mean? He said some money to help them out, because they showed the critical part of them, what is going down, and then they said, well, you could send some, to help them out. A good thing if you got it.
Right. That's a classic game that Esau's been running in Africa for a minute, where they're the ones that went in and raped, robbed, murdered, pillaged, and set up embassies. They came with religion, then they brought their armies in, right? Established colonies, exploit the resources, but then they want to have humanitarian aid going into it at the same time.
Right. Okay. After they did that.
Right. But the way it looks is, they're just so poor, they don't have anything. They need our help. But it's like you destroyed their way of life, from jump. So what do you expect?
So they're going to be, so after they destroyed their way of life, then they call in for donations for them.
Right. But it shows you like how they're wicked, but as the brother said, it goes back to their wickedness too. Having us in captivity, and even the stuff that they deal with, not being of truth. So the Most High will use other nations against each other to check them, to punish them, when they as a people don't follow right. And ultimately, the Most High is going to use us to judge all of them when we're set back up in authority. So yeah, you can link this with verse 4, 3 holy children, verse 4, where it says, "Thy ways are right, and all thy judgments are truth." Link it with Psalms. Psalms chapter 25. Psalms 25 and verse 10. And Zakar, if you could read that, Baba Kushai, once you have it. Psalms 25 and 10, which links with 3 holy children, verse 4.
That's the part you got from 3 holy children, verse 4.
Mm-hmm. Got to catch up on the latest.
I put down 18.
Psalm 25:10.
Right, before you read that, Ahawab, you had a question?
Yes, is there another name for 3 holy children? Because I don't see it on my phone. They have something on here. I know it's one of them.
No, not that one.
With prayer of Azara, the song of 3 holy children.
It's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember we read in verse 2, then Azariah stood up and prayed. Yeah, for folks that are looking at it on their phone or online, you may see Song of 3 Holy Children listed as Prayer of Azariah, which is one of the 3 Holy Children, right? If you're looking at it on like a website or something.
Yeah, I put down holy children. I abbreviate HC and 4.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I did mine.
I usually do THC, but okay. As long as when you go back over, you know what you're looking at. That's what matters.
Right. Psalm 25:10. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth, unto such as keep his covenant and his testimony.
Right. So all the paths of Yahweh are mercy and truth, unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. Right? So the truth and their mercy. That's when we can go to the Lord to petition his help, right?
Right.
When we seek after him, and when our back's against the wall, whether it's something that, just happens to us by happenstance, or something that the heathen bring to us, right? Or even something that we may do with our own brothers and sisters. We can trust in that Most High's mercy that He'll deliver us. Let's go back to Three Holy Children, verse 5. So
That was song, now you got 25%, correct?
That's
Right.
Yeah.
mhm.
27 Daniel. We had 3 and 23.
Wait, was Daniel 1:7 going to 1:3?
No, he didn't do nothing. We only got to from songs to get from Holy Children 4. That's where we started at. We didn't know one, there was no 1, no 2, no 3, but only 4.
Okay, that was the first.
Yeah, 4.
Okay,
four, four.
Now read this.
So we're all 12. You guys are good to go, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So verse 5 now.
Mhm.
And all the things that thou hast brought upon us and upon the holy city of our fathers, even Jerusalem, thou hast executed true judgment. For according to truth and judgment didst thou bring all these things upon us because of our sins. Right? So it wasn't a thing of, oh, why is the Lord messing us up? How dare him do that? Why did he do that? No, when you know the truth, you acknowledge, hey, even as a prophet, yeah, this goes back to us and our choice. This is why these horrible things are happening, right? We brought these things upon our own head based on our own decision from the leadership on down to not follow the truth of the Most High. And even for the remnant that seek after him, if the nation as a whole doesn't follow the truth, Most High is going to punish them. I always use the example of in a classroom where you have the teacher leaves the classroom for a minute, and then you might have a troublemaker who kind of starts things, but then all the kids get involved, and you might have the 1 or 2 students that are trying to tell everybody to calm down, right? They may get made fun of being called a teacher's pet and this, that, and the third, but those kids are saying, look, guys, just because the teacher is here doesn't mean we should be acting up, throwing paper and getting in trouble. Stop. And they'll say, oh, hush up. You don't know how to have any fun, right?
Right.
But then when the teacher comes back in the room, what happens? They see a mess going on. They even see the 1 or 2 kids that, hopefully there's more, they're trying to stop it. What do they say? All staying in for recess. No one goes out for recess.
Right.
And the good kids are saying, but Mrs. But Mr. No, everybody, you all stay in.
Right.
The whole class has to stay in. And the kids trying to stop the issue, they're really vexed. They're just like, what the heck, I tried to stop them. I didn't do anything, but I'm stuck in for recess too. Because of what the other kids were doing.
Just want to read Ezekiel 18, verse 25.
Kind of links with verse 5.
Yeah, talk about the Most High.
8:25.
Ezekiel
18:25.
18:25.
Ezekiel 18:25. Yet he said, the way of the Lord is not equal. Hear now, O house of Israel, is not my way equal? Are not your ways unequal?
Kind of, it's a good scripture. Yeah. That's how we'll try to look at it. We'll try to say, yeah, the Lord's ways are unequal. But it's like, no, look at your own ways. Am I really the one at fault here because these things are happening? Or are you? Be honest. Haven't I even extended my mercy unto you and you still abuse it? Yet you want to say, oh, these horrible things are happening to us. We've been doing wickedly all along. So that's a good link. Ezekiel 18:25 to link with verse 5.
What was that? Again, Nabia?
Ezekiel 18 and 25 you read.
Ezekiel,
Mm-hmm.
Sons 18:25.
Right.
Yeah, they seem, that's up for first part, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's continue on. Okay. Verse 6, it says, we have sinned and committed iniquity departing from thee. In all things have we trespassed and not obeyed thy commandments, nor kept them. Neither done as thou hast commanded us, that it might go well with us. Because remember, the Most High, he always wanted things to go well with us, and he told us the way for things to go well with us was what? If we sought his name, which meant seeking after his commandments, to learn them, to understand them, and of course, to perform them, right? And then with that comes the blessing, right? Things work out. Even when they don't work out, they work out eventually in the end, right? Because we make him our trust, we make him our pillar. With 1 and 7, you could link Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 40. I'll read this one. Just make sure you write it down. To link with chapter 1, verse 7. Deuteronomy chapter 4
Deuteronomy 4.
40.
and verse 40.
40.
Deuteronomy chapter 4. Let me know when you had that.
Chapter 4.
In verse 40.
Verse 40. Okay. So 8C7.
Yeah. So Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 40 reads, thou shalt keep therefore his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee this day, that it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days upon the earth, which Jehovah thy power giveth thee forever. Right? So there's the going well with thee, right? The wish for things to go well with thee. So that's what we want. And remember, that's just part of it. The ultimate thing we talk about is doing the right thing out of a sense of duty, right? We don't just do the commandments because, yeah, I'm gonna do the commandments, I get a blessing from the Lord. No, it's more of you're doing the right thing because you know it's the right thing. It's the best thing for yourself. It's the best thing for your brother or sister. Not because, just because you're looking for, that payback just like that. The right spirit to have is to see your brother or sister being paid back, right? Or being helped out by your means. When you have them, when you help them out according to the truth. When you follow that example. But that,
Yeah, I mean, it takes time, but my situation things like that at times, while this and that and this and that, you know what I mean? At one time I couldn't be sick, but my patience would be and active, trying to get it right away. But when somebody tell me something, I listen, you know what I mean, and try to wait. Because I know things can't happen right away. Because other things jump in the path of it. You know what I mean? Other things jump right in the path of it. But you think that something's gonna go right that week, it don't. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So I don't get all upset. My wife do, she get all excited, oh, it didn't happen, huh? It didn't happen, you know what I mean? She expects things to happen right away. I don't, because I know they gonna happen like that. You know what I mean? She women's
Watching that.
There's one female.
well,
Speak about your speak about your situation.
In my situation,
So you got to do. That way we can continue with the service, and it's become one of those.
my situation, you know what I mean? And I try to explain to her, but she don't have that effect on understanding to that. Especially if she got something in her. You know what I mean? She really don't have no understanding. You know what I mean? So, and I'll be trying to, you know, explain. This ain't gonna happen like that. You know what I mean? But these different moves that I have to make, you know what I mean? I have to go ahead and react myself. Listen to what she be saying, sometimes put you in uproar.
So you have to apply wisdom, and you can only go as far as the scriptures would say. Like we always talk about with Ezekiel, you have to warn the wicked from their wicked way, whether it be your spouse, whether it be your kids, your parents. If they don't listen, what can you do at that point? You can't stress out any more than what you've done, which is told them the truth, either through words or just showing it through your actions. At that point, all you can do is pray that they make the better choice later. The blood is washed off of your hands, because at least you warned them when it comes to things said or things done that go outside the scriptures. That's all we can do at this time of grace that we're all under, because we will want grace ourselves with the Lord when we do wrong.
Right.
So as long as you do that, that's where you just have to apply the fruit of the Spirit: patience, diligence, meekness. Right? Just hope and pray that the person makes a change. But when you're in the heat of the moment, it can be tough, because you're looking at somebody and you want to take it out on them. But like you said, you know in wisdom, oh, okay, so and so, they're not in their right mind anyway, because I already know what they consumed or what they're dealing with. So I can deal with them kind of. I can have more of a hands-off approach, because I'm not taking it so personal. I feel like, man, they're launching an attack at me. You know, and look at all the things I've done for them, all the ways I've helped them. And you know, okay, they're not even in their right mind, you know, for one reason or another. Then it's like you can kind of ease up, where you don't get so tied into things they may say or do and how that makes you feel.
The same way.
It's just like
situation where
this is a
myself, you know, fall into that same type of way. Keep my mind like on the trail that I'm on.
right. Like an extreme examples, like I know we all have someone in our family that's subject to drug abuse, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's become consumed by it, right? But not in your immediate family, there may be someone that your family member married. And when that person is, you know, high on whatever it is, right? Consumed by it, the things that they say and do will be very alarming, right? When they're on that drug, whatever it may be, you say, how could this person say this to me, do this to me? When I was there for them during this time, helped them out with this, right? Or I should have been nothing but kind or respectful to them. But you got, you know, knowing the truth of the matter, you know they're not in their right mind, right? All they care about is that dopamine rush to get that next hit.
Right.
When a person's in that mode, we may know this if we ourselves were drug abusers, right? All you care about is that next hit. That's all that matters. You will say and do anything to get that next hit.
Right.
Doing horrible things to people that care about you.
Right.
Saying horrible things to people that care about you.
Right.
So understanding that should be able to give you, you know, some you know, emotional leeway to deal with the situation more wisely.
Right.
And not just, you know, go in at them as if they're saying or doing things to you in their right mind. That's a different situation. But even with that, we know being in the world is a drug.
Yeah.
All types of unclean spirits that can come on somebody when you're in the world. So with that expectation, we have to be like Ezekiel and just do what the Most High told Ezekiel to do, right? Give them warning from me. When they don't repent, at least you wash the blood off your hands. And then if they do, you gained your brother. That's a tawaf for your sister. Khan,
You just said now, I made that movie, Jungle Fever, Samuel Jackson, with the Mother Holly.
Yeah.
I do a dance for you, so I get that money.
Yep, exactly. He do it. Oh, you know why I do it? You know what? What's that song he said? I like smoking. You know I do it. It's funny, but it's sad at the same time. We all know somebody. We all seen somebody just like that. Mm-hmm.
right now.
So we had, this has always been clear for us, especially in hindsight. Different eras, it was different drugs, right? It might have been alcohol during one era was the big one, then you had heroin, then you had crack. It's always something, right? That we know the use of it, or how it's been used, has been used to what? Destroy families, destroy communities, and been successful at it for many of our people. It's sad. But it's definitely been a weapon against the impoverished. And if we're impoverished, it's going to be a weapon used against us, and we're none the wiser, whether we are abusing it or we're selling it. But like I said, that's its own discussion. But I feel like I can touch on the key points. Let's continue on in Song of Three Holy Children.
Yeah, well, just like that movie, the Black Panthers, where they couldn't get the Black Panthers in the way they wanted to do, and when they took out the gun charges from them, you know what I mean? They still going on the same way. They brought in the drugs. You know what I mean? That's what he did. He said, "Well, I know how to get rid of them," but he couldn't get them no other kind of way. So he put the drugs in there, and that was destroyed.
Yeah, different things across the world. You see, they use that on other nations too. That's what the Boxer Rebellion was in China was about, because they were bringing the opium in. Right, the opium dens was a big drug that was abused during that time frame, and they got hip to it and said, "Oh, we got to get this so-called white man and his drugs out of here because it's destroying us." So yeah, it's the same MO everywhere you go. It's divide and conquer by any means. Right, that's Esau's foreign policy. Find any difference that he can, right? Whether it's something superficial, or come up with some kind of entertainment, or some kind of drug or something, to get people distracted from building themselves up and turn them against each other. But that's the name of the game. So as long as you're hip to that, you know who you're dealing with as far as the nations go, and what the scriptures tell us, you'll be wise to your be very wise. You'll look well to your going and won't fall for that. But if you're not, like Hosea 4:6 says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Right? So three holy children, verse 8. I think I read 8 already, but I'll read it again. It says, in all things, wherefore all that thou hast brought upon us, and everything that thou hast done to us, thou hast done in true judgment, and thou didst deliver us into the hands of the lawless enemies, most hateful forsakers of power, into an unjust king, and the most wicked in all the world. Right? So, yeah, at that time, the Babylonians, they were like the top empire on earth. They had the most heavy influence amongst all, right? Just like you have, America in the West, and the countries, European Union, they're like the dominant force today, right? Back then it was the Babylonians. Check out what it says: delivered into the hands of lawless enemies, most hateful forsakers of God, because they don't deal with truth, they deal with idols, worshiping either things that God made or things made by man's hands, which, by proxy are made by God anyway, since man is made by God. Into an unjust king, so their ruler, as the scripture go, however the man of the ruler is, so are the people that are under him or her. Right? They follow that same mold, that same model. That do as I say, not as I do business. That may fly in mouth, but it's really a matter of what you do, your deeds. Whether it's family, a community, even an entire nation, they're going to follow what you do, and they're going to do what you say secondarily. Right? Any issue that you have with your choices, you're going to see that reflection in those that you have rule over. Just to show that what I'm talking about now, that's in Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 10. Ecclesiasticus chapter 10 and verse 2, to link with THC, Three Holy Children, verse 9.
Yeah.
So Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha, chapter 10 and verse 2. And Smack, you can read that Bible Shah once everybody has it.
Excuse me, Ecclesiastes 14.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 10 and verse 2.
You say 10 and 2.
Yes.
That's in the
Apocrypha. Ecclesiasticus is in the Apocrypha.
That's in the Apocrypha.
Page 51.
Page 75.
Okay, thank you, brother. Good check.
Yeah, sure. That's in the Apocrypha.
Page 75. Ecclesiasticus chapter 10, verse 2.
Yeah, chapter 10, verse 2.
Go ahead and read. Oh, you read? Oh, okay.
I'm just waiting.
Okay, he got it.
Wait a minute, I'm saying Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 2.
Yeah, right there in the Bible.
In the Apocrypha. I got it. Fine.
As the judge of the people is himself, so are his officers. What manner of man the ruler of the city is, such are all they that dwell therein.
Come. Just like what I said before, do as I do, not we say do as I say, not as I do, right? It's really they do what you do, then they do what you say. And you'll see it. It'll be a reflection. It'll be a reflection of how you establish yourself. So don't be mad if you're saying, bad behavior and bad habits. It becomes emulated by those we have rule over. Like I said, this works at the family level, at the level of community, and even extending out at the level of nations, right? So now back to Three Holy Children, verse 9. I'll read 9 again. And thou didst deliver us into the hands of lawless enemies, most hateful forsakers of power, into an unjust king and the most wicked in all the world. Verse 10, and now we cannot open our mouths. We are become a shame and reproach to thy servants and to them that worship thee. Right? So it says he become a reproach and a shame. So, when we see reproach and shame, they go hand in hand, right?
It
Means a shame.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. You can link this verse with Psalms 44. Psalms 44 and verse 13. Look at what
Verse 10.
Yes, Psalms 44 and 13. And at the top of my watch, you can read that.
Psalm 44 and verse 13.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
For verse 10. Let's go ahead and read that, brother, once you have it.
Psalm 44 and verse 10. Speak. Thou markest
13.
Oh, 13. Thou markest us to reproach to our neighbors and scorn, and our religion to them that are around about us.
Right?
What's that scripture or something?
44, 13.
They go to 10.
Mm-hmm. Let's read on in verse 11. Yet deliver us not up wholly for thy name's sake, neither disannul thy covenant, and cause not thy mercy to depart from us for thy beloved Abraham's sake, and for thy servant Isaac's sake, and for thy holy Israel's sake. Right? So asking that what? The Most High keep his covenant or his contract, keep it to stand. What's the word? Cancel the contract, right? Due to breach. Because we certainly have breached our end of the bargain. The contracts in the world.
Right.
You breach a contract a certain way or however many times, they can say, hey, look, this thing is now null and void. We can change the rules this way. Now we're going to do this to you.
Mhm.
Now you're going to owe this instead of what you owed before, right? But at least with the Most High, he's got a high level of mercy when it comes to dealing with us, his people. Why? Because he made an agreement with our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right?
Right.
And this is an earnest request here. You can link this as well. You can link this with verse 11 and 12. This is in Deuteronomy as well. I'm sorry, not Deuteronomy. This is in Leviticus. You can link Leviticus chapter 26, verse 44 and 45.
Leviticus 26, 44, 45.
45. Yeah, what about something that you right?
Leviticus.
Yeah, I made a mistake.
Okay.
Link this up with HCLF.
Leviticus chapter 26, 44 and 45. And y'all kind of, you can read that, Baba Prashant.
Hurry up.
Mm-hmm.
You wait till everybody get it, bro? Everybody say like or cut.
Okay.
Leviticus 26, 44.
45.
The Oh.
The first 5 books.
It's at the end of Leviticus, right before Numbers. Second to last chapter of Leviticus. So if you hit Numbers chapter 1, just turn it back a page or two. It'll be right there.
Done. Leviticus chapter 26, verse 44. And yet for all that, when they be in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away, neither will I abhor them to destroy them utterly, and to break my covenant with them, for I am the Lord their God. Verse 45. But I will, for their sakes, remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt, in the sight of the heathen, that I might be their God. I am the Lord.
Kind of. So self-explanatory. So same thing that the Azariah is asking. He's asking that the Most High do what was written.
Right.
So back to three holy children, 13. Verse 13 in three holy children in the Apocrypha, to whom thou hast spoken and promised that thou wouldest multiply their seed as the stars of heaven and as the sand that lieth upon the seashore. Once again, this is going back to what was written before. You can link this with Genesis, remember, because Josiah told our forefathers this, right? So go back to Genesis. One example of this being said, Genesis chapter 22. Verse 17. Genesis 22 and 17. And Zakar, if you could read that, Baba Kashan. Genesis chapter 22, verse 17. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You could read that, Baba Kashan.
What you say?
Genesis 22, 17.
I know.
Oh,
Who read it?
Zakar.
Oh,
Take it away, brother.
22:17. Huh?
Wow.
That,
Go ahead.
Genesis 22:17. That in blessing I will bless thee, and to multiply. I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven and as the sand which is upon the sea shore. And thy seed shall possess the gates of his enemies.
Come. So back to three holy children.
Verse 14. Write that down.
Okay, that's 22, verse 13, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For we, O Lord, are become less than any nation, and be kept under this day in all the world because of our sins. Neither is there at this time prince, leader, or burnt sacrifice, or burnt offering, or sacrifice, or oblation, or incense, or place to sacrifice before thee, and to find mercy, right? Because they came in and did what? They destroyed the temple. They took over Jerusalem, and they destroyed the temple. You go into the history of what the Babylonians did, right? Nevertheless, in a contrite heart and an humble spirit, let us be accepted, right? So this is the spirit that was supposed to always come before the Lord in, right? That contrite spirit. Remember, we always talk about being a contrite versus a trite spirit, right? A contrite spirit is when what? You do the right thing out of a sense of duty because it's the right thing to do, versus an upright spirit, which is you're doing the right thing out of fear of punishment. While doing the right thing out of fear of punishment is good, doing a right thing out of a sense of duty is better, right? If it leads you to the right thing, okay, that's good, But when we get more mature, the idea is to do it just because we're supposed to do it, not because of rewards and punishments, All right, let me say the right thing, otherwise I don't want the Most High killing me. Right? It shouldn't be the thought on your mind every single time you're dealing with your brothers and sisters.
Right.
But we all got to start somewhere. Some of us start right there, and that's okay as long as you come back, right? So we read this last night in the class, right? Psalms 51. You can just link verse 17.
What is
Psalms 51 and 17. But we were reading some scriptures after this chapter going into having a clean heart before the Lord, right?
17?
Making sure your mind is right.
You say 51 and 17?
Mm-hmm. Making sure your mind is right before the Lord, and how the importance of coming clean before the Lord. You can't lie to Him, right? Or what others may not see, the Most High sees. His eyes being 10,000 times brighter than the sun. 16.
Psalm 51 and 16, right?
No, Psalms 51 and 17 links with Three Holy Children 16.
Everything mixed up. Psalm 51 and what?
17.
Links up with Three Holy Children.
16. I'll read this one. Psalms 51 and 17. It says, sacrifices of power are a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart, O power, that will not despise. So we see the understanding in here during the times of being under the law. That's not so much about the animals, the lambs and the bullocks, right? That's good. But even David had to understand the real sacrifices are what? You being in a right mind. And you come in contrite before the Lord. That's the true sacrifice. Christ just put it out in the forefront saying, yeah, this is written already. But I'm not sure if you guys really got it. So now I want to put it out there clearly so that you won't be confused about it. Not only the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law, right? Because the letter of the law is not, you guys are using it to hurt yourself and hurt each other. It's supposed to benefit you, right? So use your head and kind of think about it, considering yourself, considering your brother and sister when it comes to keeping these laws. It's so sad because so many people that are so-called Christian, they think that when Christ came on the scene, that he came up with new laws. I speak a new commandment, right? And they said, see, new, no. What he's talking about is being renewed in your mind, meaning think about this same law, but this way. Which is like loving your neighbor as yourself. Here's the way to really look at this law and really apply it the right way. But most of them think that, oh, Christ is saying to do something totally different than what the Old Testament said, and they missed the boat. But what's so funny is, and I want to do a class on this in the future, is the fruit of the Spirit were always there. Faith, patience, right? Humility. All these things were already there in the Old Testament. You just have to look and see it. You have to allow the Spirit to show you, oh, wow, it was already here from the beginning. And we talk about circumcision, right? Circumcising the foreskin of your heart, right? Which is dealing with the same idea, right? It was always there in the first 5 books. But, they want to act like, oh, when Christ came on the scene, like this was like something new he was creating. No, he was saying, didn't you know what was already written before? Christ was telling about stuff that was already written that they didn't see. The folks in their ignorance want to get rid of the Old Testament. When Christ was saying, no, read the Old Testament again with clear eyes, right? With an open mind to see what you missed. So yeah, Psalms 51:17 to link with Three Holy Children 16. Contrite spirit.
Yeah, so the fruit of the Spirit is in the Old Testament.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Look for it, right?
Is that Peter?
Paul lists them and Peter lists them as a group, but they're throughout. So Song of the Three Holy Children, little preview, right? Before we have the class on it. Interesting. So Song of the Three Holy Children, verse 17. Like as in the burnt offerings of rams and bullocks, and like as in 10,000s of fat lambs, so let our sacrifice be in thy sight this day, and grant that we may wholly go after thee. For they shall not be confounded that put their trust in thee. Right? I got to for verse 17. Isaiah 45 and 17. Be a milk scripture, right? Isaiah 45 and 17.
Isaiah 45 and 17.
Yeah. You'll know what that says when you hear it read. You'll go, oh yeah. Yes. You could read that, Samak Baba Kosha, Isaiah 45 and 17.
That's very true.
What did it say it was?
Isaiah 45,
You said Isaiah, what, 49?
45,
No, 45 and
17.
17. Just 17, the one you gave me. 17. You're cool,
And then I want to get another one too after that.
Forty-five and 17. Isaiah.
Right. Got it. Isaiah 45, 17. But Israel shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation. You shall not be ashamed nor confounded, world without end.
So there it is, right? That's the answer to John 3:16, right? For God so loved the world. But check out what it says there in the precept. Ye, referring to Israel, you should not be ashamed nor confounded. You will be saved with an everlasting salvation. You, Israel,
Right.
right? Not the whole wide world, everything in it, right? Like I said, John 3:16 is a powerful verse when you have understanding.
Right.
Right? To show how the Most High has love towards his world, right? And it's funny, we talk about so many different worlds, right? And we even call each other our world, right? My children are my world to me, right? So ironic now the Most High Israel is a world, is his world to him.
Right.
Even though he created the heavens and the earth, he still is dealing with this specific people. Why? It's his prerogative. Because he wants to. We don't make the rules. We gotta understand them.
That's what he's saying with 3:16 when he's speaking with this one right here. 45 and 17.
That's the world, yeah. You can read Psalms 25 and 2 as well, Baba Kashan. And then we'll continue on. Psalms 25 and 2 as well. You can link.
17?
Mm-hmm.
Psalms, who said Psalms what?
25
25.
25
and 2.
Yeah.
What did precept from the
17.
I think that was 17. Huh.
So, I mean, you got it, or you couldn't put it down.
I'll be honest, you said link for 17?
Yes. mighty men strengthen them.
Hosea 5:15.
15.
It speaks, I will go and return to my place to acknowledge their offense and seek my face in affliction. They will seek me early.
Right. So, truth of the matter, right? Most High said he will go and return unto his place until they, referring to us, acknowledge their offense and seek my face. Right. So, Most High is like, I'm not gonna hear any of your prayers, your supplications, until you acknowledge the wrong that you've done. Like we talked about in the class last night, the importance of coming clean before the Lord before anything else. Right? Knowing and acknowledging that, yeah, we're not going to be perfect in this. Right? The things that we are willingly doing that are against God, we have to acknowledge that for the Lord to say, yeah, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. I need to stop. I need your help to stop. I'm willing, right? But my flesh is weak. Like Yahweh said, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Then the Most High can send help down to you to help you if you really do want to stop. Make that way for you to escape the temptation, whatever it is. But we got to do it. We have to acknowledge our offense. In the last part, check that out. In their affliction, they will seek me early. Right? So when things are going well, you rejoice. You forget about the Lord, right? You feel like, oh, I'm already blessed. I got all my blessings right here. I don't need to thank the Lord. When the Most High could take many things from you that you were taking for granted, and that you are blessed. But then when things are rough, you lose things now. You lose people, right? Or you get ill or sick or something like that. Now all of a sudden, please, right? Now you're calling upon His name. So the challenge is to praise the Lord just as much when you're back against the wall as when you're doing well. Even praise even more when you do well. Look at Job. Even though we see that he had to undergo temptation, he still did the right thing from the beginning, where he praised the Lord even as he was doing well. He still praised the Lord. And then when his back was against the wall, he suffered loss, and heavy loss at that. He still praised the Lord, even though it was hard, difficult. Right? Even his wife, what did she say? How do you maintain your integrity? Curse God and die. Right? After losing all that, losing your family like that, curse God and die. He says, shall we not receive good at the hand of the Lord, and also evil? He says, but this did not Job sin with his lips. So that brother was in a heavy spirit, in the right spirit, which, we hope and pray that we can endure the same if we suffered similar loss. Right? So back to three holy children. Yes. Put us not to shame, but deal with us after thy loving kindness and according to the multitude of thy mercies. Right? So we seek the multitude of the Heavenly Father's mercies. Another link. Psalms chapter 119, in verse 124, to link with 19 about the Most High's mercy being upon us.
Psalms what?
119.
And 124. To link with the holy children, verse 19. Psalms 119. You have that? Okay, 124. And y'all come, if you could read that, Baba Kushan.
Psalms 119, verse 124. Deal with my servant according unto thy mercy, and teach me thy statutes.
Right, so he's asking the Lord, the psalmist, deal with thy servant according to thy mercy. It says, and teach me thy statutes. So it's not an odd or strange thing to ask the Lord for mercy.
That's what he was doing.
Mm-hmm. Because you never know, right? We need to extend that mercy out. Even in the history, you read about when David counted the people, and then the prophet Gad came to him and said, you shouldn't have did that. Now you got to choose a judgment from the Most High. And out of the different judgments that he chose the famine and pestilence. He said, at least at the hand of the Lord, he'll distribute some mercy. I don't want to fall into the hands of my enemies, because one of the other judgments was to deal with your enemies round about coming to destroy you. He said, give me the famine and pestilence. Out of all these things, all the objects are bad, clearly, because he did wrong. But at least he went with the famine and pestilence, because that will be coming from the Most High's hand directly. He said, at least with the Lord, he'll extend some mercy. Unlike men, if they get a hold of me, we get captured by the enemy. They won't want to show any mercy. They'll try to have a field day with us. So, verse 20. Deliver us also according to thy marvelous works, and give glory to thy name, O Lord. And let all them that do thy servants hurt be ashamed. Right? So we always talk about the Most High telling the other nations what? Touch not his anointed and cause my prophets no harm. Right? Another link. Verse 20, Psalms as well. We read this one pretty often too. Psalms 105, verses 14 and 15.
Where is that one where it says, we did that in my prophets?
So, I'll be out. We never had no mercy on Esau either, right?
Say what?
Never had no mercy on Esau. They don't have no mercy on us. So when we come into power, when your house are making second coming, we're not gonna have no mercy on Esau either, right?
They're going to receive the judgment that's meet, just like the other nations are. Whether it's captivity, destruction, or both.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
The captivity before you get destroyed.
Oh, that makes me feel good, man. Esau is the devil.
Come, we're getting closer.
Yeah, come. I see it. Come.
So, Zakar, if you could read that for us, Baba Rashad, and then we'll proceed. You can read Psalms 105, verses 14 and 15 for us.
14 and 15. And it says, I got it. Thou art my hidden place and my shield.
You might be in
I'm
106.
in 119. My bad. Excuse me, y'all.
Oh, there we
Forgive
go.
me for my sin. Here we go. 105.
It's not a sin, brother.
105. Verse 14 and 15. He suffered no man to do them wrong. Yea, he reproved kings for their sake, saying, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm.
Right. So by them just taking us into captivity for our wrongdoing, that's automatically a judgment upon their heads. Showing you that the Most High never intended for them to rule, but always intended for them to be ruled by us. But only if we did it his way,
Right.
Not our own way. Right? Like the Paul Anka song, right? I did it my way. No, we have to do it his way.
Remember the time you had told me that when Esau asked you, is there any peace with him?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've been thinking about that when you said that. You know, you told him that, what did you say? It had to be a group of them or something? For him to get mercy?
Yeah, the whole nation has to get right here and repent.
So it couldn't just be one of them, even though it might be, say, a few of them, but the whole nation had to bow down. So it wouldn't mean nothing.
Come from leadership on down. They have to start putting things, implementing.
What they had done to us, there's no mercy for them because what they had done to us, and even a few of them, they will try to, change and bow down.
Mm-hmm.
It had to be their whole group.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Judgment will fall on them, right?
Yeah. And how's that easy to see? Look at God's chosen. You always had a remnant of Israel that sought right, but then there's still the whole nation went into captivity. And they're heathen. So what do you expect? If we had to go into captivity and we all weren't in line, you think the Most High is going to say, see one or two of them doing the right thing and go, oh, save them now? Doesn't make any sense. He doesn't even do that with his own chosen people.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you know, for like even they say all might not be bad, you know what I mean? Like when I was in the nation, and then you say, well, even devil, you say all might not be bad, far than evil, but you still got to fall down on them because of what they have done to us.
Yeah, but not only that, not only what they've done to us, but then even what they've done themselves in their own head, their own mind, what they've done as far as their thoughts and how they act on a lot of those thoughts, as far as abusing themselves with mankind, incest, bestiality, all these other things they got going on. They got to be judged for that too, along with what they've done against God's people. So all that has to be weighed out, because you know that's like a nice little escape route they want to play. They say, "Oh, I didn't have anybody in slavery," you know. They want to talk about that now, not realizing the regeneration, how that works, how they were here before. And you can't necessarily speak on what you were doing before. You might be able to. You might be surprised when you go back. But not only that, yeah, say your family didn't have slaves, but now how have you been living all these years, all these generations? What principles have you lived by? If they haven't been according to the commandments, then yeah, you got to go in captivity.
For example, that the Kennedy family. Well, his family had slaves, you know, John Kennedy was trying to rectify. You know what I mean? Because his father and them, they were slaves, had slaves back then, and now since he was quote unquote, I guess he was trying to make a change, you know, for other people.
Right.
You know what I mean? But he still suffered a constant on it.
They even made the news recently too. Not to spend too much time on it, but even made the news about Georgetown. And one of the brothers that works, I think, in admissions, he's doing research, and he found out that his own ancestor was used along with a little over 200 other slaves were used to keep Georgetown University afloat. Otherwise, because it was going to go out of business, it was going to have to be shut down. So they used the money earned from 200 slaves to keep the college afloat. And the college made a big statement about it and said, you know, we're not hiding this. We acknowledge this. We're going to try to do what we can to, repair the breach, this, that, and the third, right? Provide compensation where, what we can. But we know it's not just them. But this is just one that's kind of made the front page news.
Okay.
And, that they were talking to the brother who was having an interview. And, obviously, it was definitely like a shocker, looking at that and saying, man, I work for these guys. And they literally own me, directly. My family, they own my family. Now I'm working for them now. I think it was like his great-great-grandmother or father, one of them. So yeah.
I read about President Trump when he's supposed to been cool with the Russians. It ain't going on. It wasn't going on. You know what I mean?
Any king who's not upholding the commandments, it's not going to go good with them. Any of them. From then till now. That's just the truth of the matter. But back to three holy children. Let's continue on. I'll read verse 20 again. Deliver us also according to thy marvelous works, and give glory to thy name, O Lord. And let all them that do thy servants hurt be ashamed. So we ready to connect to that in Psalms 105, right? Verse 21, and let them be confounded in all their power and might, and let their strength be broken. And let them know that thou art Lord, the only power, or Adawan, the only Alahaya, and glorious over the whole world. Right? So yeah, the earth is given to the hand of the wicked. But who controls the wicked? Who controls even spiritual Satan, let alone his physical arm on earth, the wicked nations in the earth? It all goes back to the Lord. He's the one that's ultimately in power and control. So that's why when we run into a jam, we always want to go to, we want to cut out the middleman, go right to the person who can do something about it, the Most High and His Son.
Right.
That's what we got to do.
Right.
But, going to this one and that one, trying to, go to economics or politics first, that's not going to save you, right? Trusting in man or dealing with some kind of a spiritual wickedness on the left-hand side for protection, that's not going to save you. So people choose that route too. You got to go to the source of power, Most High and His Son. Otherwise, you're wasting your time. It'll only, and if you do have success by going beneath them, it'll be short-lived. That deliverance will have a shelf life. Come. So it says in verse 23. Oh, hey, Shalom. It says in verse 23, and the king's servants that put them in ceased not to make the oven hot with rosin, pitch, tow, and small wood. So now they're getting the furnace ready. After he made that excellent prayer to the Lord that we just read through, and they're getting the furnace ready, right? Getting all the fuel that they need to make sure the flames are burning nice and hot, right? Check this out. So that the flame streamed forth above the furnace 49 cubits. Wow. So that's a bonfire, That's actually a malfire, right? It's nothing good about that fire, right? You have like a bonfire, you have like a big fire, and then you see the flames go up, from a distance. But check that out, 49 cubits high. A cubit is what? I think it's 18 inches. It's like half a yard. So, kind of 18 inches. Yeah, so kind of do that in your mind's eye. How high these flames are. Kind of, it's a foot and a half. So it says 49 cubits. It says, and it passed through and burned those Chaldeans it found about the furnace. So they were protected by the flames, and the Most High had the flames go up and then spread out to all those that were trying to jack up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. I'm sorry, Hananiah, Azariah, and Mishael, right? Their true names, and had him judge them. Right? So you wanna flame on my prophets, flame on my chosen. I'm gonna flame on you. It says, and made the midst of the furnace as it had been a moist whistling wind, so that the fire touched them not at all, neither hurt nor troubled them. So remember, the Most High, He can control the elements, right? He made the elements what they are. He's one who made the heavens and earth. He's one who made the sun, moon, and stars. Right? He made water, fire, right? All these different elements that we see, and all the different conditions that they can exist in. He can change them at a whim's notice. Right. So when we look at the miracles in the scriptures, it's supposed to be a sign to show that what? While the Most High set natural laws in order, right? What we now will call science. Yeah, the Most High made that. But to show His power, He can very easily change things, right? To work in His favor, to work in our favor. And we just read not too long ago about our deliverance from Egypt, right? When you go into this time too, and during the Passover and on the Feast of Unleavened Bread, namely, right, leading up to the Passover, right? You said the Most High did similar feats, manipulating the elements to torment the Egyptians, to pay them back for the crimes they committed against them, against the Jews, but even the crimes they committed themselves, dealing with the dark arts and witchcraft on the left-hand side, right? Because we know that they were known for that. Esau, with a lot of his left-handed stuff, he emulates them and other Hamites when it comes to his mystery religion. So the Most High saw that, and how they trusted in that, and what? Turn that thing against them. So it says, verse 28, then the three, as out of one mouth, praised, glorified, and blessed power in the furnace, sang. So in unison, they praised the Most High, that they were delivered from the fire, and that the other nations were burned by it. Those other Babylonians that were around. So it says, they all with out of one, it says, as out of one mouth. So they did in unison together, right? It says, O Lord, power of our fathers, and to be praised and exalted above all forever. Right? So as you read down, it's it's going to be, you could say, somewhat repetitive. but it's like the form of the song where they're showing the Most High's praise and doing forever, but then they're kind of going through the list of all the different things that should show the Most High praise. So from this verse down, to go through this, just a song you can check out that's very reminiscent. Very, very reminiscent of what we're reading here. This is in the book of Psalms. (136). Psalms 136, just the whole song. Verse 29 down.
Verse 29.
Yeah, down to about the rest of the chapter. So 29 to 68, which I think the last verse is 68. You can just write down as a link. Psalms 126, the whole 126. I mean, sorry, 136. 29 down to the end.
What verse you want?
Verse 29.
Verse 29.
I'm going to read.
You want to where?
We're not going to go there, just write it down.
Okay.
Psalms 136th chapter.
136, yeah.
Definitely throughout to read. Wonder how it sounded, Yakanan, when they sung this, right? You know, certain songs, they'll have like a certain theme or a certain line that they'll say over and over. But then they'll kind of add a little bit and say it again, add a little bit and say it again. Kind of like a theme and variation, or like a chorus that kind of keeps coming back.
I sent a Benjamin song in the chat.
Say a little louder so we can hear.
No, I sent a YouTube video in the chat group. So you can like listen to it when I get a chance about the fire.
What?
It's a song about putting the fire, but it never got burned.
And so this is a song, Three Holy Children. Blessed art thou, O power, O Lord, power, or Adawan, power. Adawan Alahai. Adawan, our fathers. And to be, rather Abiyan, our fathers. And to be praised and exalted above all forever. And blessed is thy glorious and holy name, and to be praised and exalted above all forever. Blessed art thou in the temple of thine holy glory, and to be praised and glorified above all forever. Blessed art thou that beholdest the depths and sittest upon the cherubims, and to be praised and exalted above all forever. So his name, his temple, the cherubims, right? Referring to when we talk about the Ark of the Testimony, right? How he rests on top of the cherubims when he comes down every year. Priest. 33. Blessed art thou on the glorious throne of thy kingdom, and to be praised and glorified above all forever. May he be blessed in the heavenly realm. It's like the angels are constantly in the heavens, right? Like last week you were reading, holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts, right? The angels. So we're supposed to be angels in the flesh, right? Carrying forth that same message as our forefathers are doing here. Blessed art thou in the firmament of heaven, and above all to be praised and glorified forever. O all ye works of the Lord, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. So all the Most High's works, all things that he created, may they sing their praises unto the Lord.
What we children are saying to the praises to the Most High.
Yep.
What they saying to him from him Resting in the fire.
Excuse me, now
Yes, absolutely.
didn't you say Psalms, was it 136 or 126?
136.
You said 29, that?
Yeah, 29 all the way to the end. When you see Psalms 136,
It's only go from 1 to 26.
no, I'm saying Three Holy Children, verse 29 all the way down to 68.
Oh, come.
Links with Psalms 136. The whole Psalms 136.
Oh, okay, cut. I'm misunderstood. So Psalm 136, 1 to the end.
Yeah, the whole song.
Okay.
They're structured very similarly.
Come. Oh, okay. Come.
O all ye works of the Lord, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. Verse 36. O ye heavens, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. O ye angels of the Lord, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. O all ye waters that be above the heaven, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. O all ye powers of the Lord, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever, right? So principalities, powers, sun, moon, and stars, right? Heavens above the heavens, ye waters that be above the heavens, right? All these things, may they sing their praise unto the Lord, because without him they wouldn't be. Bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever, because all things have a spirit. Everything the Most High made, right? Including the sun and moon. 41. O ye stars of heaven, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. O every shower and dew, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. So even the shower and dew that comes down, being called upon to praise the Lord, because even the showers that come, those are the Lord, right? He's the one that causes it to rain and causes it not to rain. Cause the rain to come down to nourish the soil, right? That it can grow the crops in due season, right? Or make the trees to grow that bear forth different types of fruits. With that?
Yeah, I think you saying all praises from the three children in the fire. So like they're making a whole lot of praises to the Most High.
Yeah.
So all the praises what they're saying.
Yeah. Yes.
Are we?
Yes.
So come, you just read like that 42. Because I was young, like 10, 11, 12. So I don't want it to rain. But now as you read the Bible, I get older, I say, the earth got to drink water too. I was just thinking on that level, I'm like, why got to rain? The earth has to drink too. Like you just said, the trees, the grass, the animals, they need water to quench their thirst. So now I do up to why has to rain today? I'm tired of rain. And I'm not thinking on a higher level that you have to, give the earth water.
Come. It's funny because working these different contracts, I'm working for different companies, and it'll be a rainy day going to work. People usually have the what do you call it? Not common talk, but what they call it, conversation is very like kind of mundane, but it's what everybody says. They have a name for it. I can't think of it now. Small talk, maybe. I think it's small talk. But you make small talk. Like, oh yeah, another day. Another early morning. Can't wait till the end of the day, and that kind of talk. And when it rains, people usually that's like the first thing they'll say. That's like, oh, rainy day. Oh, wish I could work from home today, or whatever it is. But I'll actually throw that out there. From time to time, I'll say, hey, the trees are happy today, and they kind of smile and go, oh yeah, I never thought about that. Yeah, I guess you're right. Because they'll be in the dumps because they're just thinking about themselves and wanting to see a nice sunny sky. They'll just say, oh, muggy day, it's so cloudy. But it's the drink today. But it's fun. I tend to get if not a laugh, a smile out of people when I say that. But like you said, it goes right along with what we're reading here. Because all these things are important. The sunny days, just like the clear days, they all have their purpose.
And most of the people, when the rainy days come about, feel They're always looking for excuses, you know. They don't really accept the rainy day because the rain get on it, you know. And they use the excuse, maybe someone might say stay home, but it's always some kind of excuse, or, you know, they might call and say, well, you know, I got caught up in the rain, I done my bus or something. It's always some kind of excuse because of the rain. Even though the rain might be good importance to us, but we don't, a lot of we don't see it.
Mm-hmm. It's like you're right. It's an afterthought. Now think about if we were more, as a whole, agriculturally inclined, right? Some of us still work on the, on the fields, whether we're here in North America or Central South America. We work in the fields, and rain can be it can be a real blessing, right? Especially if your country has been experiencing drought for some time, and it's your livelihood for you and your family, or you may grow crops to play a part in the GDP for your country wherever you're at. As different countries, they all have imports and exports, right? But the things that they export are their bread and butter, right? And if it's food, different types of food or different types of things grown out the ground, whether it's like cotton or flax or something, yeah, they're going to be looking for rain, looking closely. And when it comes, it's going to be a thankful thing, like, oh yes, we got rain, so that this season we can grow what we need to, so we can make revenue, right? For our family, to store up later, to sell to the government, or to sell to this company or whoever else, right? So yeah, being a city mouse, a city and suburban mouse, as opposed to a country mouse, you look at the rain different. Because you're not really thinking. When you go to the supermarket, you're not always thinking about the work that some farmer or some husbandman had to put in to make sure that the produce section is stocked. You don't always think about that. It's kind of an afterthought if you're not in that kind of field. But it's funny, being as the modern era, you see more folks even going back to, even in the cities, building gardens, in urban areas, or working in a farm nearby the city, and then bringing them in to sell at different marketplaces, right?
Right.
So we see the farmers market has not gone anywhere, and if anything, it may even see a spike or an increase as far as folks farming in the cities and suburbs. You're going to see more of that. It's kind of funny because it's Esau's plan not working, because his intent was to what? Make everybody just especially in the urban areas, just to be spoon fed their foods, right? Their foodstuffs, but they can tamper with and alter and have the FDA approval, so they can hurt the people, make them sick as opposed to heal them. A lot of folks waking up, even their own people waking up saying, we got to go organic, we got to go, non-processed. We got to get back to the essence of what these foods are. And they're making the change. So it's not helping out their population control. It's not helping them, cut down the numbers as they try to do. Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you mentioned that. And I'm making something so that being that we're people of color, brown skin, we got to taking our vitamin D to help you, to help fit you get prostate cancer.
Absolutely, and that have it naturally. But a lot of the foods that even that we eat, the way that they try to alter them or make them grow, they don't have the nutrients that they're supposed to, or they do, but not enough, because the soil itself has become so generic. So I think they said, even going back to the 50s, they messed up a lot of the soil throughout America because they made it generic with only having, like, I think 2 or 3 trace elements. That just makes it grow big. They don't understand, they're realizing after the fact it's important to have even diverse soil that has all different types of minerals in it. Otherwise, it'll affect the crops that grow out of it. But yeah, they kind of sterilized it with just using things like nitrogen, potassium, like one other thing. So a lot of the crops aren't even taking on the nutrients they would had they grown up in more diverse soil. Even when it comes to the certain calorie we eat, or the certain meats that we eat, we might only be getting one, what do you call it? One pedigree of beef that just grows a certain size. They're thinking about size as opposed to having a diverse amount of different types of cattle to eat, and all the things that with that diversity of cattle even brings to one's diet. They said, let's just go with the one that's biggest, and has the most weight because we can get the most money from it. Let's grow that one mainly, and the other ones are starting to dwindle. So yeah, it's like profits versus diversity, and trying to make things fast and off the assembly line as opposed to actually having people, work the fields and them growing and them breeding cattle themselves. To have that diversity, there's a drawback, or drawbacks that they're realizing as the industrial age is, speeding up the agriculture age, so to speak, and then how the information age is even speeding up the industrial age. Like the new ages kind of affect the one that came before, right? But not always for the better.
Yeah, that's what
Well,
it
some
is.
exactly.
Oh, one at a time. Hold on, 1 second. 1 second. Brother Duffy, brother is making a comment. Make yours.
That's where you get their generic set.
Say the-
From the soil.
Say a
From
little
the
louder.
soil. The generics are for the original, and they get their generics. The one is not so original from the soil.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I'm saying, the original crops and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you get the original crops, you get the original product. But if they mess with the soil and stuff and that, it won't be as great as the original.
Right.
That's what
Right.
I'm saying.
Because like I said, you go back into like the 40s and 50s, they have information going into this where you start to see them starting to, like I said, using the same type of soil everywhere because it gets the strongest yield. And I realized not so much about the strongest yield, but about having diverse soil with different types of minerals so that you get the best kind of crop that has, the most nutrients in it. If you're eating food but doesn't have the vitamins and minerals that you need, then your body's not getting what it needs.
Right.
And, little illnesses that your body could easily fight off, now it's having trouble. Because you're not giving the body what it needs to do that. Now you have supplemental pills when it's like before the food just had it.
Right.
You ate the food that had the minerals as opposed to taking a supplement. Even the fact that you have something that is a supplement speaks to the problem that we're in. You shouldn't have to. The food that you eat should have it.
Yes, that's right. Once in a while, like when it's a beef steak, I will get like some meat. They will say non-GMO, and it usually comes from Australia, the beef. And every time I cook it, it won't shrink. They don't have no preservative. It won't shrink at all. It'll be the same size it was when I first cooked it.
It's interesting, shrinking.
You know how hamburger shrinks when you cook it.
That you mentioned it kind of makes sense. Now they'll say, "Oh, it shrunk. I gotta buy 2 now instead of 1." They're going, "Yeah, buy 2. Yeah." As opposed to, okay, yeah, we may not be making as much, but at least we have healthy people that are lively and able to produce more output. But they get the model reversed. You rather deplete the people for sake of profits, not realizing they depend on the people every year to keep working to make the product and the service. But yeah, like I said, it's kind of its own discussion, but it's one of those things that when we really look at the law, how the Most High set things up, we can see some solutions, right, for how to deal with the issues that we have now when it comes to that. But anyway, let's go back to the praise of the Most High in His law.
How about the herbs? They got a lot of herbs things out. Herbs, they protect substitute for like food products. You got herbs out there like that. The substitute for the food products. And some they say, for each individual search his own soul, say the herbs are good for it. And then some people say, hey.
Do they realize, those same herbs and plants, the pills that they make incorporate those same things from the herb. That's just conditioning. You're brought to think oh, just pop this pill, my problems will go away. Whatever the pill is. That's just the conditioning. As opposed to if you grew up knowing about farms or being on a farm and saying, okay, yeah, we grow this to deal with this illness or that illness, wouldn't be strange to you. Like, oh, okay, just take the herbs and take it when you're not feeling well for one reason or another. See, a lot of that is just how we're brought up to think in the modern era. You know, we'll build up the trust. Oh, let me go to the pharmacy and you know, buy this cough syrup. Or let me get this pill to pop when I'm not feeling good. That's just conditioning from a young age.
That's supposed to take the substitution.
So people look at that as more acceptable than the other thing. That's all. That's where that I'm saying. That's where that comes from. That attitude. And you can just write down as a link. We always talk about it. But you can just write down Psalms 104 and verse 4. Psalms 104 and verse 14.
And that links with verse.
Doesn't link. It's just what we're talking about now.
Okay.
We got into this discussion about the crops. Just write it in your notes. Psalms 104 and verse 14. I'll read it.
Yes, sir.
And it reads, He causeth the grass to grow for the cattle and herb for the service of man, that he may bring forth food out of the earth. Yeah. So it's there to as a servant to serve us in our different needs that we have, right?
So it doesn't become a dust bowl, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's no good.
We gotta let it rest on the seventh year, like if we have a father, right? Seventh year, we gotta let it rest.
And that's gonna be the beautiful thing that we're gonna show the nations in the kingdom is that what? Yeah, what you're doing, while there may be knowledge behind it, it's not wise, right? Because remember, knowledge excels information. Wisdom excels knowledge. All information isn't knowledge. All knowledge isn't wisdom, right? To where we're going to learn that lesson of, yeah, okay, we'll spend all this time to kind of split the atoms in these fruits and vegetables to see how we can give them this quality and that quality, whereas, and to make them, you know, more nutritious or bigger or more colorful, whatever. But you didn't really have to do that if you just dealt with the earth the right way, like you said, and just something as simple as letting the land rest every 7th year. It'll allow the crops to come in that much stronger, right, and grow stronger naturally over generations. Because with a lot of farmers that aren't using the GMOs that are forced to, they develop their seed over years, right, growing it under certain conditions. They can develop it that way, kind of like a breeding of an animal.
Okay. They try to cultivate it a different way.
But do it the natural way over every generation, as opposed to going in and trying to manipulate the genetic structure, and then putting parts of genes from other plants, even other animals, they'll put in those same fruit products to get the desired result as far as, okay, give it a certain taste, a certain color.
Mm-hmm.
But then by you changing the genetic structure of that tomato, whatever it is, it may cause other things that you have to do more tests on to really see what the full outcome is going to be by modifying it. And as we hear in news reports all the time about to these GMO crops that they didn't foresee, because just there's enough time and money to really know. Once we make this change, all the things that it will affect not only in the short term but the long term.
Right, because they find out later, it shows up later on when they does it. The results come up with so many different accidents on it, so they have to bring it out.
Yeah, and then you'll have a recall. Try to bring it back in and go, okay, don't buy this. Yeah, like they do with the automobiles, right? So, that's the result of what can happen when they do that. Whereas with just letting the land rest every 7th year, you'd be surprised. Strong and diverse your corn can be, your cotton can be, your flax can be, your different cereals, everything else that you will grow in the field.
Right.
Come, so Let's continue on in three holy children.
Right.
Verse 42 again. Oh, every shower and dew, bless you the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all forever. 43. Oh, all ye winds, bless ye the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all forever. O ye fire and heat, bless ye the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all forever. O ye winter and summer, bless ye the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all forever. So even the seasons that come and the elements that they bring, right? That they may praise the Lord that made them. O ye dews and storms of snow, bless ye the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all forever. 47. O ye nights and days, bless ye the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all forever. So the day and the night, they both have their reason or their purpose, right? There's a reason why we had long days in the summer and long nights in the winter, right? It balances out. The reason why we have day and night in general, right? Certain things that the daytime will yield, and then certain things at nighttime will yield, right? And they all have their purpose in the Most High's setup in His creation.
The children of the three holy children, they made a whole lot of pledges, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
To the Most High.
Yeah.
These are all the pledges that they made.
Mm-hmm. Praises, right?
Praise His name.
48. O ye light and darkness, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. What they're doing is going down the list of all things the Most High made, right, in the creation. Right. To bring to remembrance, even for us, our sakes, we can't forget the Lord in all things, because when you see things day in and day out do what they do, it can become mundane, and you can overlook things, importance. Oh, there's the sun again. Oh, there's the moon again. There's the sun again. There's the moon again, right? Oh, crops come up, crops go down. Harvest season begins, harvest season ends. Planting season begins, planting season ends. But in the midst of all that, the Most High's praise needs to be there, because if the Most High wants, He could stop one of those things, and one of those that we know it to work. Think about all the chaos that would ensue, right? How everything would be upset. The whole balance of everything that's going on would be upset. So it's important for us to always take all these things in and to acknowledge them, acknowledge their importance.
I think it's a very good chapter here.
Mm-hmm.
The holy children, so they give all praises to the Most High. Everything they can think of.
Yeah. Verse 49. Oh, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. O ye frost and snow, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. O ye lightnings and clouds, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. Even though the clouds and the lightning, they have their purpose too, right? When they see lightning, it says, oh, when it happens, I get nervous, right? I want to go inside. Even to this day, right? You know, anytime there's like a lightning storm or a loud crack, people are outside, like in the summertime, you hear that lightning crack, people get shook. Car alarms go off, right? People run, duck for cover right inside. They go, oh man, right? Especially when it's close by. Crack up, boom. Right?
Especially when they had the sensor turned up. People would walk by and touch the car and things, pick all the noise. Everybody be coming outside seeing what's going on.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Yalkanan and then Bathat. He had his hand up first.
Yeah, so we talked about lightning and all that stuff. When after we read Exodus 20 of the 17, when we read verse 18.
Okay, so let's get this link.
We can talk about the lightning and thunder.
What's the link you're calling, brother?
No, because you're talking about the lightning and stuff like that. Lightning on the side.
I hear you. I'm just saying, for everybody, what are you linking with verse 51? Exodus what?
Exodus 20, verse 18. You were just talking in general about the lightning and the thunder. You see it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I really quickly. And all of Exodus 20, verse 18, and all the people saw the thunderings and the lightning and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking, and when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off.
Yeah.
So we saw all of that, we just like, but this back up.
Probably was a volcano or something.
Come on, we're about to read that in a sec. Check this out. 52. Oh, let the earth bless the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all forever. O ye mountains and little hills, bless ye the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all forever. Even the mountains and hills, right? I'm thinking about the picture you have on your profile. The picture you took when you, I guess, were overseas, where you were at that spot. I know it was probably when you were up there looking. It's just a breathtaking thing. Even when you're like in the airplane, right? For anyone who's flying an airplane, I know you travel often by airplane. You look up in the sky. It's just a beautiful thing to behold, right? To consider it. And when you know the Most High, even if you don't know the Most High, it's beautiful. When you know the Most High, it's just like it makes you consider more like, wow, look at the vastness of all these things that you made. Look at how small I am compared to all this here, right? All this here that I just don't fully know about, but here it is, and you made it, right? And like I said, when you're looking at it from on high, or if you're climbing or just out in nature, you get to like an elevated point, you look out into the valley, see the streams, you can look closer, you might see some of the animals grazing, some of the birds that fly, right? It's just a beautiful thing to take in, right? And all these things do give the Most High his praise. It's just us, what are we doing? We're going against the Spirit, right? As opposed to them that are in the Spirit, following the Most High's will. What are we doing? We're going against the Most High's will. So when it talks about in Romans, it says the earnest expectation of the creature is for the manifestation of the sons of men. The oceans, the trees, the mountains, they're all waiting for us to get it right, because with the heathen that are in power now, all they're doing is defiling the earth. Evils are multiplied in the earth now. They're waiting for us to come on the scene, because they know with us in power, dealing with the Most High's law, we'll set things right again. It'll be that righteous vibration going on the earth where things can actually grow and be nourished, as opposed to depleted like you see now. I see a couple hands.
No, it's that was linked with verse 51. What I like.
Right. Verse 54. O all you things that grow on the earth, says we're talking about things that you plant. Bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. O ye fountains, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever, right? The fountains of water, the water springs, right? That we drink from, right? And they market them, right? Where they put a brand name on it, right? Like Evian or Poland Spring, right? So it supposedly came from Poland, right? And a spring up there. Right? So these fountains that bring forth this natural water, right? From this from nature. May they even praise the Lord. 56. O ye seas and rivers, well, not us, but the powers that be are oftentimes polluting and dumping things in that ought not go. Bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. O ye whales and all that move in the waters, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. It's all the aquatic life, right? And from the things we know about, the things we don't know about, right? Because so much of the ocean is still uncharted. Praise and exalt him above all forever. O ye fowls of the air. Remember, they were made out the water too, when you read in Genesis. Bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. It's all different birds that we see, right? That are flying, right? From the herons to the falcons, right? To the eagles of different kinds, the condors,
Right.
even the vultures. May they praise the Lord, because they all have their purpose, right?
Leviathan is down there too.
Can't forget about Leviathan. Can't forget about Leviathan, yeah.
We don't know where it is.
And when he was when he was talking to Job about him, he said, yeah, and all the terror that goes into Leviathan, right? You know, with Godzilla, it's like trying to capture what Leviathan is, but worse. He said, for all the terror that Leviathan strikes, that man cannot do against him, think about me who made him. Think about how terrible he is, then think about me. I made that. So how terrible am I? Right? Just to show I'm the Most High. You know, I'm the ultimate when it comes to power, authority. Remember, before we even call him Yahweh, we call him the demoniacal power, right? The Shadia Allah. Which literally is like terrible power, terrible God. Right? That's what you see in the English, God Almighty. Right? So reading on, it says, O ye beasts, O all ye beasts and cattle, bless thee the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. Now, check this out, 60. O ye children of men, bless thee the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. So now this is the challenge. Because the world at large, people, the different nations are not following the Lord. Not only that, who else isn't following the Lord as a people? Verse 61. O Israel, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. So among the children of men, Israel is supposed to be that example on the earth to show what it means to praise the Lord and to be in tune with the Most High's creation by what? Being in his spirit, keeping his commandments, following his ways, dealing with the things that we have dominion over according to the law, not abusing that, right? Don't abuse our bodies. Don't abuse the land and the animals that we have dominion over. Don't abuse one another. We're supposed to be that example for them. And we're learning now. We're relearning now, and hopefully to never forget again. Right? Now, even within the children of Israel, verse 62, who's supposed to be that example within Israel? O ye priests of the Lord, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. Right? The priest is supposed to be that exemplary amongst the children of Israel. They would look to that their mouth should have knowledge when we seek it. Right? We should be able to go to them for counsel, for guidance. Right? That was the role that the sons of Aaron played throughout all different plots of land, right? You always had a place where you can go, a certain city where you can find the Levites to get questions about things. 63, O ye servants of the Lord of all forever, right? And we all should be what? That have been called into this truth. Consider ourselves as willing servants of the Most High. Not slaves, but servants, right? To show forth that willingness to want to follow someone as great as Yahweh, right? Knowing that when we do well before him, we have great rewards in store. Verse 64. Little lexic there. O ye spirits and souls of the righteous, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. Right? So within Israel, you have those that are elect, right? Those that are righteous within Israel, because we know it's a separation now, where you have the 2/3 and the 1/3, right? So within that, all Israel, we have the spirits and souls of the righteous within that nation. So it's kind of going from out, working its way inside, layer by layer. See that? From the different other creation to that which is most valuable, mankind, within mankind, Israel, within Israel, the priests and the servants, and then amongst them, those that be the souls of the righteous. Verse 65. Oh, sorry. You had a question? A thought?
Yeah, I was gonna take it down the rest of the way. We just clarify. You want me to?
I got it. But the one. 65. O ye holy and humble men of heart, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. Right? So there's that humility, one of the fruits of the Spirit, one of the key fruits of the Spirit to have. You mentioned before, that was in the Old Testament. I always say, look at Moses. It says Moses was the meekest man in all the earth, right? During his time. So even Moses was dealing with the fruit of the Spirit. Now, verse 66, the brothers in question, right? The brothers who are making this excellent prayer before the Lord, the ones who have been delivered at the hands of the fiery furnace of the Babylonians. O Ananias and Azarias and Mishael, bless ye the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. For he had delivered us from hell, or the grave, and saved us from the hand of death, and delivered us out of the midst of the furnace and burning flame. Even out of the midst of the fire hath he delivered us. So this is quite a miracle that took place.
These are the Hebrew names?
Come.
What's the English name?
Well, technically, they don't have English names. These are just English renderings of their original names. They only had Hebrew names that they were given, and then they had Babylonian names that were given to them by the rulers of the Babylonians.
We
Go back in your notes to Daniel 1 and 7. There. We read that earlier. Verse 67. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, because he is gracious, for his mercy endure forever. Right? So above all that, gotta give praise to the Most High. Right? We gave praise to all the things Most High made. Now let's go back to the Most High and give him praise, him himself. O ye that worship the Lord, bless the power of powers, praise him, and give him thanks, for his mercy endureth forever. So, like I said, just a good thing to read anytime, right? Just to be uplifted and to get you to kind of come out of whatever situation that you're in, to kind of think about everything and all things the Most High has going on. It can make things easier when you go through certain affliction. Like I don't even remember, like, in the world, if I was troubled or feeling down about one thing or another, just looking up in the sky, you just kind of feel lighter. You take in the sky and just think about everything that's out here, all the stars and here, or the sun if it's a sunny day, and it just helps you kind of take you away from the stress of everyday life or what you're dealing with right there in the immediate. You consider the vast, and a prayer like this helps you to do that, which is good. Yeah, use this as a means to kind of to loosen up, to be able to get in your right frame of mind, to realize, yeah, whatever I got going on, I can handle it. Because the Most High, he never gives us more than we can bear. He tells us that. Sometimes we may not believe that, but reading something like this can help you to believe it again, right? So it'll help you put things in perspective and to kind of sit back from everything. And once you have a clear mind and the emotions are kind of eased down for whatever affliction, once you go back into it, that clear mind, oftentimes you can find a way or find, wow, I was so stressed out about this, but now I sat back and just relaxed, pulled out, set up some prayers, took a look, took a walk, considered, everything the Most High has going on. Now that I come back to my problem, it seemed like it was humongous. Now it's small. Or, oh, just change this here, and then boom, it's fixed. You go, wow, you know what? I had to go through that just to learn the importance of giving the Most High his glory. Sometimes we go through things just like that, just so that it'll compel us to go back to the Lord to say, Lord, you control everything. You empower everything. I put my hands in your trust. I trust that you'll find a way for me, and no matter what I'm going through. And then once you come back to it, you'll find that relief. And it just builds your bond with the Most High even more. The more you do that, the more things you go through, the more things you overcome. It just makes that bond even stronger and stronger. So we've come to the end of a great chapter in our forefathers' history, the deliverance from the fiery furnace. We're at 2 o'clock. We're going to take a half-hour break and reconvene around 2:30's Most High's will. So definitely feel free to get a breath of fresh air, get something to eat, even if it requires heat. Make sure, of course, no leaven. We're still in the feast of unleavened bread. No leaven or yeast in it. And we'll see you in about a half hour's time. So shalom, and then we'll talk to you soon.
Shalom.
And it goes with,
He accept us entirely as his disciples, right? Back up, History Susanna. place where they have a little music, little bar and drink, little, bar and club type area, and you're there. You might be there in your younger years, but you see someone that's there, and it's like they got the kind of the pepper gray in their beard. They look a little too old to be, in this kind of club, and you're like, why is so and so here? You too old to be here. You could be some of these young ladies' father. What are you up in here doing? Right? They say for us brothers, right? You don't want to be that old guy in the club, so to speak. That's still on the prowl, looking around like.
So you want to be the old guy with a lot of young people?
No. You don't. It's a bad look.
Trying to pick up chicks, man. Like he hasn't seen chicks in his life, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, people like that.
So yeah, just it's about showing the proper decorum. And for a righteous man who's aged, he should have his wits about him and his discipline about him at this point, where he's supposed to be an example to young men at this point. But now we see the opposite happen. So that's Ecclesiastes 25:2 to link with History Susanna verse 12. So let's continue on in the story. So back in History of Susanna.
Verse 13.
Yes, sir. And the one said to the other, let us go home now, for it is dinner time. Right? So, they had a day of dealing with cases and suits. Clear their mind is on their work. Their mind is on who. It says, and when they were going out from the other and turned back again, they came to the same place. After that, they had asked one another the cause. They acknowledged their lust, then appointed their time both together, her alone. So it's like now they built a camaraderie over this lustful thoughts that they had, right? They said, okay, see you later. All right, bye. And they kind of did you walk away, but then you kind of fake it. Your steps get quieter. And then some time went by, and then they came back to the spot, and they said, wait a minute, I thought you were going home. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? And they both look at the balcony and they go, oh, you're here because of, yeah. So now they've got a pact now with their wickedness. So sad. So now let's see what their minds come up with that have been defiled. It says, I'll read it again, that they acknowledged their lust, then appointed their time both together when they might find her alone. 15. And it fell out as they watched a fit time, appropriate time, right? Yeah. At least for them to do whatever this wicked machination is, this plot. She went in as before with 2 maids only, and she was desirous to wash herself in the garden, for it was hot. So it was a hot summer day, and she wanted to wash herself in the garden, right? Mm-hmm. Nothing wrong with enjoying your house and the privacy of your home, right? Mm-hmm. But now you got these judges that are always hanging out at the house, so now they're watching her patterns, right? To see when she goes out, when she comes in, so that they can do what they have in their mind. 16. Mm-hmm. And there was nobody there save the 2 elders that had hid themselves and watched her. So now they found a hiding spot in the garden. Mm-hmm. So they could watch her wash. So you got the voyeurism going on, right? Peeping time.
That's why the thing is that I don't blame like Arab culture that when the women go out, they always have some kind of bodyguard with them, some kind of male figure with them, so that nothing happens to them.
Come.
Watch them escorting them. And sometimes the women complain is like, oh, I can't drive. Someone has to drive me there and things like that. But it's to protect the woman because they know how men are. Women are subject to be beaten up. Women are subject to rape and all kind of harassment and so on and so forth. But it's to protect them. I'm quite sure we did something like that too to protect our women. Not to be out there by them, by themselves.
Right.
Come. Remember, in our law, we had judges that would be at the gates of the city, in the chief place of concourse, and just set up in different spots. like a neighborhood watch, if you will. You know, in the city, on the gates of the city, on the outskirts, to keep an eye on things. These are the righteous, rulership. So that would be, those eyes will be the ones kind of keeping eye on, like you said, someone who may be vulnerable, right? Like maybe someone, a man or a woman who's not in their right mind, a woman who's by herself, children who are left to themselves, right? They will see that and kind of be like, hey, what's going on here? So, yeah, we definitely did.
And also one thing, when Judith went out, did you go with another lady? And they watched her as far as they could,
Right.
that she went, that she's okay so far, and they watch her and see her go, that she'll be okay going to the king there, they watch her far, that she will be okay to a certain extent,
Come.
I think that, so we did look out for our women, because we don't want our daughters who are pure to just go out there and wild out there and anybody could just need her, grab her and lay with her, and then you trying to wife her,
You already know what I'm thinking about. Dinah.
Yeah.
That's what happened to our sister Dinah, right?
Yeah.
And then Simeon and Levi, they said, oh, time to get even.
Like, these things are taking place right today.
Yeah, come.
Like all on the news, you see all this, you see that. I mean, it really, really been disruptive. So you see it right there on the news, you look on the news, different things are going to occur. Just like what you recite in the Apocrypha or the Bible, these things are taking place right now.
Come.
There's one incident where now I was looking at where the woman, they beat up this girl and they killed her. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of time women who are single just by themselves, a man would able to, hopefully his daughter lives with him, and eventually she come up a certain age, she get married and she's gone, and you don't have to worry about her too much. Because she left the house and she's okay, so that sometimes 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, this is a woman walking the street. And what she doing out in the street all by herself,
Right.
And she's subject to all kind of stuff.
Come. So as we see, even as she's bathing, she has her maids with her, and I think with Judah, she had her nursemaid come with her as well. But even still, given us the two of them and the whole army, that was definitely a walk of faith. Because anything could have happened with them behind the lines. Anything could have happened behind the lines with two men going in there, and there's a whole bunch of a whole heathen army. Two brothers, let alone two women. You outnumbered. You see something like that happen, in this society. It's like, oh yeah, look, these two guys here. There's 7 of us, 10 of us. Roll on them, right? Rob them for everything they got. Right? You behind enemy lines, get them.
Depending area, it depends on how you come out, and depending on how they take it. Because you have walked past guys, like 5 or 6 guys, they'll mind their business, because it depends on the structure of your looking for them. Because when I look at a person, I look at them. When I leave myself, I try to be aware to what's going on. Because I don't know what these people are going to do.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Right.
You just pray and hope that you're on the right path, and they ain't got no negative stuff in their mind.
Yeah.
You follow?
Absolutely.
Before I leave my house, before I leave my work, I realize Psalms 20. Or not.
like
Okay.
Now, yeah, what's the
in the Sadducees, specifically Levi, some of them were, but all of them weren't necessarily Levi.
right?
It just says
Levi is the church bearers, like So these could they could be like any tribe, like Reuben or Judah, Benjamin. It could be a mixture of people.
all we know is that they're older men. Could they have been Levites? Yeah, sure. Who knows?
Right.
But to link with this verse, I see this real quick. This is dealing with what we're reading now. Okay, what was your question?
There were two wicked of evil. Regardless of what they were two wicked of evil. Trying to get Susanna.
Yeah. Con. So this is Ecclesiasticus. It's actually two verses I want.
That's what you said, Ecclesiasticus?
Yeah. Both of them are in Ecclesiasticus, though. Hold on one second.
All right, go ahead.
First, Ecclesiasticus chapter 16. Ecclesiasticus chapter 16 and verse 17. As the first one. This links with verse 20.
Okay.
And Pathat Mawak, if you can read that, Baba Kushan, or please.
Ecclesiasticus 16 and 17. It says, say not, thou, I will hide myself from the Lord. Shall any remember me from above? I shall not be remembered among so many people. For what my soul among such a infinite member of the creature. An infinite member of the creature.
Right. So it's saying, don't get into this way of thinking where you say to yourself, oh, who seeth me, right? Who shall remember me from above, right? That you'll hide yourself from the Lord. And it's just little old me over here smoking this or eating this or doing this. What's that gonna anger the Lord for, right? I'm so minuscule. I'm just over here, enjoying myself. But it's saying, don't say that to yourself, because the Most High, He keeps account of everybody, every soul. He holds us all accountable, Israel and the heathen, accountable for upholding His righteousness. If not, you're gonna face that judgment, right? Whether it's now or later, this life or life to come.
Right.
So it's saying, don't do that. Stay in Ecclesiasticus, y'all can, if you could, jump to chapter 23. Ecclesiasticus chapter 23, verses 18 and 19 as well.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 23, verse 18.
Wait a minute, huh?
So turn a couple pages and you'll be right there.
You said right down. What is Ecclesiasticus what?
23.
18.
18 and 19?
Yes.
Okay.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 23, verse 18. A man that breaketh wedlock, saying, thus in his heart, who seeth me? I am compassed about with darkness. The walls cover me, and nobody seeth me. What need I to fear? The Most I will not remember my sin.
Right. So the man that breaketh wedlock. So this is a person who's married who wants to go out there and commit adultery. This also goes for someone like the judges who aren't married, but they want to commit adultery with someone who's already married, right? So it goes both ways. So they got this same attitude, right? Who sits about with darkness, right? What they say to Susanna? It's just the three of us. No one else knows what's going on, right? We got you. But they don't realize they're God themselves. The walls cover me. Nobody seeth me. What need I to fear? The Most High will not remember my sins. But, verse 19.
Such a man only feareth the eyes of men, and knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are 10 times brighter than the are 10,000.
There you go.
10,000 times
that.
brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men and considering the most secret parts.
Right. So you worried about what mankind sees. You worried about being caught by the carnal authorities, not about the authorities that be on high. Right? His eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun. It says, beholding all the ways of men, and even considering the most secret parts. So the things that you may have not even said to anybody, just certain thoughts you may have in your head, right? Yeah, he sees it. Even now, this story, right? They probably thought this was going to be a lost chapter, right? Them trying to take Susanna and had their way with her, but now we're reading about it now, right? Because the Most High, he always keeps a record of the righteous, their hardships, but then also their deliverance too, as we're going to find out when we read on.
Well, they didn't say that God couldn't see them. They said God was going to forgive them.
Right.
But well, because you said that they was acting like God couldn't see them either.
I'm kind of combining this verse and the other verse. It's like that attitude of I'm going to escape judgment, do my own thing, whether it's the Lord doesn't see me, or in this case, the Most High, he'll like pretend like it didn't happen. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like when it says at the time of this ignorance, God winked at.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, God sees all, but when I'm doing this here, the picture they have in their head is like, yeah, the Most High, he blinked his eyes when I did this. Or like in Hosea, he will go and return to his place till we acknowledge our offense. Like, yeah, he's going off somewhere. He didn't notice this one. This one will slide through the cracks. Well, clear to think that they can actually do this and be successful.
This one right here, this is gonna make up to 21 or 20.
But it's both of those linked with verse 20. And now check this out. They're so clever. They even thought it out. Check out verse 21. If thou wilt not, so if you don't consent to lying with us, who will bear witness against thee that a young man was with thee, and therefore thou didst send away thy maids from thee. So if you don't consent, we're going to cook up a story and say that what? There was a young man that was with thee. So they even got a story if she says no, right? Because now pretty much they're exposed. So now I got to make sure that they cover their tracks if there's a problem. Now, remember we mentioned before, you mentioned about thou shalt not covet, but now we got another law going on right here too. In the 10 Commandments, that's being broken. Or that's attempted to being broken. Which one is that?
False witness.
There you go. Absolutely. We'll quote the scripture on that when we read a little further down to see what happens. It says, and therefore thou didst send away thy maids from thee. It says in 22, then Susanna sighed and said, I'm straitened on every side. For if I do this thing, it is death unto me. Right? You see that? So if I consent to lying down with you, I'm a married woman. I consent with committing adultery with you too. It's death unto me. Right? Because you break the commandments, that's death. Spiritually, and then of course, when enforced, physical. She should be put to death. And if I do it not, I cannot escape your hands. So if I resist, I can't escape your hands, right? And remember, these were two ancients of the people, so clearly they got reputation about them where people are going to them for counsel, for judgment. So whose word are you going to believe? It's kind of like what we see in today's time with like law enforcement of different types, whether you're a police officer or FBI agent or even a judge in this case, or, you know, you're going to go with the person who, you know, has that title, like, oh, they seem to be more credible. Yeah, they're police, so, you know, they're an agent, or, you know, they're a judge.
Right.
A judge wouldn't do that. A judge wouldn't commit a crime. He's a judge. She's a judge. Well, they wouldn't do that. So that's working against her too in this case.
Okay. With this, what you're not getting? That you don't go to court with a judge
How's it go? How's it worded?
Something that, you know, like you go to court with a judge.
Mm-hmm.
It must be in apocrypha.
It's saying don't go to court with a judge?
Yeah, because he has that reputation, you know.
Oh, I think I know.
You got it?
Maybe it's in 37.
That's the 37. I'm throwing everything off, right?
37 and 11. Is that the one you want? I'm not sure if it's in there. If it's in that long list. Don't write it down. Just I'm not sure what he's asking for. That may not be it.
It's somewhere. All right,
This-
don't worry about it.
Okay. So back to history of Susanna, verse 23. It is better for me to fall into your hands and not do it than to sin in the sight of the Lord, right? So both scenarios are bad, but now she makes the righteous choice, given that her choices are pretty slim. She said, you know what? I'm better off resisting and falling into your hands and not doing it than willingly allow you to lay with me, right? And commit adultery with me. Verse 24, with that, Susanna cried with a loud voice, and the two elders cried out against her, right? So, you know, she's obviously yelling for help, yelling for the maids, right? She needs some witnesses to what's about to go down, right? She needs to get somebody's attention. And we talk about, you know, being in this, like you were saying earlier, Alcon, as far as, you know, a woman being by herself, and her being forced by a man, that we, you know, like it talks about if she's in the city or if she's the field, out in the city, right? Because at least in the city, you have more people. There'll always be somebody around or looking at a window or something that'll take witness to what's going down, so that, you know, the perpetrator can be fearful, because now you have witnesses against you. If you follow through with the crime, now you're going to be put to death, because you got 2 or 3 witnesses that can vouch to say, yeah, she was attacked by this man right here. He's the one. Something else interesting too. You guys remember See Your Hand? You guys remember that movie? Was it with Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt? They're chasing the 7 deadly seven.
Yeah, 7 deadly sins.
They're chasing the guy, right? That was killing people that committed one of the 7 deadly sins, as they say in theology. There's an interesting part in that movie where I think Morgan Freeman's character is talking to Brad Pitt's character, and he says, yeah, when they teach women like self-defense and things like that courses, they say, you know, if a man is forcing himself upon you to rape you, he said, never yell rape. He said, always yell fire. He said, you know, people very, very seldomly respond to rape. But he said, if you yell fire, you know, they'll come a running. I said, is that made for TV, or is that something to really, you know, check out to see if it's true? But, you know, just thinking about it, I'm like, that's kind of makes sense, because you do respond to fire. It's messed up that if that, generally speaking, is the case. Because, I mean, rape should be serious business. But he said, look, most folks don't respond to rape. Versus hearing fire, it's like, oh, you get some water, you know, to put it out. But they don't realize there's another fire going on when they come to the scene. Some foul dude burnt in his lust, and he's going to take advantage of a woman. Come, but you had your hand up.
I saw something, but I don't know where it is.
Mm-hmm.
It came up with it, but I can't find it.
He says in Ecclesiasticus.
It says verse 14, don't go to court with a judge, because people will judge him according to his something or another.
Oh, got it. Here it is.
You got it?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 8 and verse 14. Perfect. We can link that with verse 22.
8 and 14. They have 18 here, but it's 8, right?
Chapter 8 and verse 14. That's the one.
That's 22 is linked with it.
Yes, sir.
That was over
Repeat it again?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 8 and verse 14.
Where'd that go?
Verse 22.
You sure it's verse 14?
Take a look. I'm looking right at it.
Ecclesiasticus 8, verse 14. Oh, I'm looking at 9.
No wonder. No wonder, brother.
You don't trust me, brother?
No, I was looking at chapter 9.
If I say I know, I know. If I say I don't know, I don't know. If I say I know, I know.
You have to, like I told you, you were looking at the chapter, you still wouldn't.
Go not to law with a judge. For it says, go not to law with a judge, for they will judge for him according to his honor.
That's a respected person. Boom, off the bat.
With a judge?
It's a judge, just like in the medical field, right? You know, you get like a recommendation from the doctor and someone that did a little research, they might tell you, no, that's not it. And it's like, what are you talking about? Someone says he's a doctor. You gonna tell a doctor he doesn't know what he's talking about. This is like, in most cases, that should be true, but not all the time, especially now when a lot of these doctors are pushing pills, you know, because their pockets are getting fat because of it. So it's like, now it's like, damn, I should trust a doctor's recommendation, but some situations may require a second or third opinion. Or maybe you need to get talk to another doctor or a different kind of doctor.
That's sometimes, you know, when you go to court against a corporation, they have a team of lawyers. Like,
You start sweating beads, like,
yeah,
dang, I'm right, but they got power and backing behind them, right?
What do you call it, like team of lawyers, and they have them there? I forget, there's a term that they call them. But there's a team of lawyers there. So you coming by yourself with your little lawyer down the road, you know? And you got teams of lawyers. They'll tie you up
Right.
30 years.
If you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you.
Yeah, so they'll tie you up for the next 30, 40, 50 years, and you're like, you can't afford that.
Up a fact.
I'm like this. If you believe in what you believe in, and you think that you're right, you got to deal with it. I mean, how many lawyers you have? When you feel that you was right, it's like Cosby. He was fighting a bunch of people in.
But
I mean,
this said, I'm gonna make a small case that she was wrong. She wanted to sue McDonald's because it made her gain weight, make her fat, right? They had teams of lawyers. And there's like no way she can come up against that. She got some itty-bitty lawyer down the road. And she definitely lost that case unless he got something like Johnny Cochran. He got his team of lawyers too. But they had to get rid of him. Sure.
He's got a law firm too. You've seen a commercial for it. There's a law firm that named after him. But,
He was sharp though.
he could deal with them at their own game. Like to me, he's the perfect example of, like when I talk about tribes being blessed even under the curse. What I mean by that is the Most High gave the different tribes different gifts and talents, right? Now we go on the left-hand side. Sometimes we'll keep the gift, but we'll use it for evil. Like with like we talk about with Issachar, how they got the Aztec calendar that's like really accurate, that can pinpoint certain things, you know. But you read the scriptures, they were doing that but in righteousness, as opposed to when they started going off dealing with human sacrifice and stuff like that. So that gift became a curse unto them with the Aztec and like the Mayan calendar, stuff like that. Same thing with Levi, right? They're supposed to be joined unto the Lord, right? The holy priest. But then they went against the Most High. Now, all that righteous priest work now became wicked priesthood on the left-hand side. Judah is supposed to be the lawgiver, right? The ones that folks are come to for the counsel of understanding when it came to the law. So now you'll see Judah shine in Esau's law on the left-hand path, right? Sometimes not even going to law school, just going through law books and picking up certain things. They'll figure certain things out where they can play Esau at their own game in the court system. And it's like, oh man, he's just like kind of one of the ones that kind of makes the forefront with Cochran, where, you know, he beats them at their own game. But it's like, damn, Cochran, imagine if you were like that with the Most High's law, you know?
Right, you know, on the same side, you do.
Imagine Issachar, if y'all had the Most High spirit, right? And not that spirit of perverseness with your calendar. Imagine what more you could show with your calendar. You know, same thing with Levi, right? Or with the sons of Aaron. Imagine if you were on the side of the Most High, that voodoo witchcraft, you would have had the Urim and Thummim dealing with you. You know, so it's like whatever our blessing is, we'll take it with us on the left-hand side when we go off, whatever the tribe is, you know. This made me think about this as we're talking about the whole Johnny Cochran situation.
Cecil B. Moore. Like Cecil B. Moore, he was a good,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my understanding that this guy, little guy, he had determination in his heart that when he go into a court case, he gonna win it for you.
Mm-hmm.
Who was that?
Cecil B. Moore.
Oh, yeah. He was the one who started the movie on Gerard College, right?
Right.
And
Got the
black
woman with
people.
Gerard College and the name of Columbia Avenue after him.
Yeah.
Named it Cecil B. Moore.
Well, so
Because
it's just black people.
he did a humble lawyer job for the people.
You can get the cast off of your
Good history.
been there for 10, 20 years, right? In prison, right? And get the money too, right? Is something like that?
All I remember him for is Stephen Gerard. There was a school for kids who didn't have a father. And it starts down there at 20th and Gerard Avenue.
He's one of the 21st.
21st and Gerard Avenue.
Yeah.
And it goes all the way back to, goes back at least a block. And they said before Stephen Gerard died,
Okay, you told me about that.
he said no black people could go to the school. It was only for white orphans.
Right.
So WJS was a black radio station back then. And this black lawyer, Cecil B. Moore,
He was the one.
they organized a march. I mean, it didn't make no sense. This big, huge plot of land was in the middle of black neighborhood. They were saying no black
No
orphans
black
could go
people
there.
allowed. Right.
And what's really ironic
Yeah.
is that the money that Stephen Gerard got, guess who he got it from?
White people.
No.
No,
Israel.
Black people.
Tell him
a
who.
brother from the Levi tribe, Susanna the Overture. He gave Stephen Gerard this money to hold for him because he went back to France. They took him back to France and they tricked him somehow.
Yeah.
He let Stephen Gerard hold the money.
Yeah.
Okay.
He kept the money and started a school for white orphans.
Yeah.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
That's what's really getting the kicker.
That was even on the radio. They were talking about that during Black History Month.
Yeah.
He started the school with the money that
That he
got from
stole
France.
from the brother who fought the revolution to get Haiti free.
Susanna
And he gave
Louverture.
them the money and he started for the white people.
Yeah, that's really a kicker. That shows you how he was really going to stab this man in the back the whole time. Somehow he trusted this man.
Right.
He do it for the black.
Yeah, ain't that something?
Just
That's
no,
really
not so much
crazy.
do it for the blacks, but just to be a benefactor, right? Like, yeah, I'm in a bind. I need you to hold this for me. Like you would do it for any friend.
Ain't that crazy?
Yeah.
He had that much trust in this dude to do something like that.
Right, because he really had a lot of trust in him.
But you know, you have allies on the side of the enemy, you know, and for a time, you know, you're in league, right? We had certain leagues with the Romans, with the Greek, but then it was always like this thing like, yeah, we'll set up this deal now, but always keep an eye on them because we're waiting for them to go flip mode and try to get us back.
Right.
You know, but yeah, that's excellent history. And it's funny because they were even talking about that on the radio station one time. I'm surprised they're bringing this out because you check out the 100 Amazing Facts about the Negro by J.A. Rogers. That entry's in there. Goes into all the detail behind what the brother just brought out.
And it's not just that building that this dude started. There are a lot of buildings downtown with the name Gerard on it.
So,
huge buildings.
So all of it, so it should be Louverture College, Louverture Avenue, Louverture, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's deep. So if they did that to the college, imagine with those buildings, how they discriminated against us.
A lot of folks don't even know the city of Chicago was started by a Levite. Jean-Baptiste Dupont du Sable. He was a fur trader. He was one that pretty much was like one instrumental to get that to be turned into a major trading post right there around the Great Lakes. And then, you know, a lot of folks started to pick up and come there, and then it became what we now know as the city of Chicago. But yeah, we could do the history lesson for a minute. That's Tawab. It's good we're talking about that. But yeah, let's get back to. So it says, I'll read 23 again. It is better for me to fall into your hands and not do it than to sin in the sight of the Lord. Right. So while she's got two bad options, she's gonna at least weigh out that one. That way it could just be on them, what they're trying to do. Then it says again, 24, with that, Susanna cried with a loud voice, and the two elders cried out against her.
Right.
Then ran the one and opened the garden door. So when the servants of the house heard the cry in the garden, they rushed in at the privy door to see what was done unto us. You hear a scream. Oh my God, that's Susanna, right? What's going on? Let's run. And they ran out back to see what was up. So now what's going to happen? They're going to come. They're going to see Susanna. They're going to see these two guys. Like the brother quoted in Ecclesiasticus. Don't go to law with a judge, right? if you can help it. But it's funny because, let me not say it yet. When we get there, I'll bring it out. It says, verse 27, but when the elders had declared their matter, the servants were greatly ashamed, for there was never such a report made of Susanna. So now they went ahead and told their story they corroborated on, which was, yeah, a man that came in, we caught the man run off, and we screamed after him as he was running away. And, you know, I'm not sure if she got to explain herself yet, but clearly, since these men are ancient and judges, they're going with their judgment, right? Because everybody goes to them for matters and suits. So it says they were ashamed because they never heard about that from her. They knew her to be a righteous woman, a woman that follows the Lord, right? Even her parents raised her up right. And it's like, wow, Susanna, what a shock. Her, of all people, her, no.
Husband is rich and known and all of that stuff.
Exactly. Check out 28. And it came to pass the next day, when the people were assembled to her husband Joachim, the two elders came also full of mischievous imagination against Susanna to put her to death. Right? So they got all these things they want to do. So it's like, yeah, you won't give it, you know, if you won't give us to you, then, you know, we'll put you to death. You know, no one will have you ever again. Right?
These guys are judges.
So it says, and said before the people, send for Susanna, the daughter of Kelchias, Joachim's wife. And so they sent. So she came with her father and mother, her children, and all her kindred, right? So, you know, this is to up here too, because at least you got your family there to be there to encourage you, to, you know, give you hope, right? Because it can be sometimes, you know, when you're in a court case, you know, with small claims or something big, you can feel like almost defeated when you feel like it's just you. You're the only one there to see the case. So at least she has her family there to support her in this case. But it says, now Susanna was a very delicate woman and beauteous to behold, and we already established that earlier on.
Where is you at?
31. And these wicked men commanded to uncover her face, for she was covered. So they gave her like the black bag treatment, right? They do for a prisoner, right? That they might be filled with her beauty. So these guys are, I said like that. It says her face, not just her head being covered, her face was being covered. Like you need a prisoner, they put something over your head, you know, like a covering, so you don't know where you're at or where you're going, that kind of thing.
It wasn't that though, right? You said it wasn't that.
It was.
Now, the way I understand is that they covered her face because if people saw how pretty she was, they might believe her story.
No, they're uncovering it because they want to see her, in this case, it's one last time before they put her to death. Because of their lust. They want to just like expose her. They want to see herself, but they want to expose for everybody to see her face. Kind of like, you know, when they arrest you, if it's like somebody who, you know, had a reputation, even not, how they'll kind of go like this. You see the cameras and they'll kind of have like this,
Right.
or they have like their coat,
Right.
so that people don't see, you know, who they are. So it's like, oh my God, I can't believe so-and-so's being judged. It's one of those kind of scenarios. They're trying to like cover up from people seeing who they are. So it was like a twofold thing. They want to expose her, but then them and their lust, they want to see her one last time. They're not caring about, you know, a precious life, daughter of Zion now being put to death. All they care about is their own desire. It says that they might be filled with her beauty. See, they're thinking about themselves. See, check out verse 33 to further explain. Therefore, her friends and all that saw her wept, right? So some people that were there didn't even know, you know, who was in question. When they saw it was her, it was like, oh my gosh, like people that may not have known her name, that may have just kind of, you know, dealt with her like in passing or heard about her. Now they're seeing her and now they're crying. Right? Like, oh my gosh, her? How could they put her to death? You know, she was so nice to me. She was so kind to me. The one time I met her, now she's on trial for something as heinous as this.
People look up to her.
And the people that knew her best, they're even more baffled, right?
Right.
It's just not in her character, right?
They don't believe because they don't think that's her character.
So it says, then the two elders stood up in the midst of the people and laid their hands upon her head. And she, weeping, looked up toward heaven, for her heart trusted in the Lord. So even in these dire straits, her trust and faith was still in the Lord. That what? Something could happen at this moment. Some kind of deliverance could come for me, given that I've done no wrong. I've done the right thing. And these men clearly have false accused me. This is why it's so important for us to be diligent when we serve the Lord, because that way when we do our prayers, we can have that hope and that trust that the Most High will indeed have our back, no matter how bad it gets. And I heard another brother say it before. He said, the way you want to think about faith in the Lord when it comes to being in a tough spot, he said, think about, you're like in a car, you're like in a horse and carriage or something. You go off the cliff, and you're falling far down to the bottom of the cliff. He said, you want to trust in the Lord to where the moment that your carriage, the moment that you make contact with the ground, at that very moment before you hit the ground, the Most High could have something happen to deliver you from something that a peril as dangerous as that. That's like the level of faith you want to be on. Like, it could be that very moment where I hit the ground, the Most High could intervene and deliver me. Right? Just for a mental image when it comes to the Lord and when His deliverance can come. And clearly here, she's done everything that she can. Now she's calling upon the Lord at this point.
In normally she should be stoned to death, right?
Or I think the law talks about. I think that might have been for the Levite, the wife of the Levite, the son of Aaron. I think there's in the law talks about being burned too.
But nobody's seen the young man,
Exactly. So she could be burned. So check that out. But as you read on, we're going to see all that come out as far as the law. 36, right? It says, and the elders said, so now they got her face for all to see, right? It says, and the elders said, as we walked in the garden alone, this woman came in with her two maids and shut the garden doors and sent the maids away. Then a young man who there was hid came unto her and lay with her. So now they're going into their story, right? That they worked out. Then we that stood in the corner of a garden, seeing his wickedness, ran unto them. And when we saw them together, the man we could not hold, for he was stronger than we, and opened the door and leapt out. So this is their story, and they're sticking with it. But now, like I said, we can laugh about this now, reading it back in hindsight. But imagine how terrifying this is for Susanna, hearing this story, and it's like, dang, and you got these guys who are of reputation, dealing with matters. Everybody's hearing their story, and it's like, wow, I trust in the Lord, He's going to deliver me, but will the people believe what I'm saying? Taking this woman, we asked who the young man was, but she would not tell us. These things do we testify, right? So it's like the prosecution now rests, Your Honor. Right?
We are judges.
So that's their story, right?
Right.
41. Then the assembly believed them, and those that were the elders and judges of the people, right? And those that were the elders and judges of the people. So the other elders and judges, they were like, oh, okay, they're of age too. We wouldn't suspect they would do anything, outside of the norm, but besides judge accordingly as they always had. Right. It says as those. So referring to the other elders and judges, they believed their testimony as well. You understand?
Remember, before a few weeks ago, we said he has to be two or more witnesses. So they have two right there. Two witnesses, not just one, but two witnesses.
Two strong witnesses.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't get no evidence.
Yeah,
These are judges.
exactly. So that's why it's like to them, it's like, oh, this is a walk in the park.
Yeah.
And even the people are like, yeah, look, they said it, they saw it. Why would they lie?
The judges.
Conviction, right?
Right.
It says, so they condemned her to death
Open and shut case.
Right. 42. Then Susanna cried out with a loud voice and said, O everlasting power, thou knowest the secrets, and knowest all things before they be. Thou knowest that they have borne false witness against me. And behold, I must die, whereas I never did such things as these men have maliciously invented against me. So she cried this out as a final ploy, right?
Right.
A final plea, I should say. God 44, it says, and the Lord heard her voice. So now, is the Lord slack concerning his promise? Is he going to just sit back and allow this to go down? Let's find out. 45. Therefore, when she was led to be put to death, the Lord raised up the Holy Spirit of a young youth whose name was Daniel. Uh-oh.
Daniela.
You got Daniel, right? This is the same Daniel. What am I saying his name? Daniel, the same Daniel, the great prophet we've been reading about, right? During the time of what? The Babylonian captivity, but this when he was just a young man. Before he was before we had notoriety and was known for the writing on the wall and all that, being able to understand the king's dreams. This is when he was just a youth.
Wait, man. So
Right?
like, I object.
Come. So the Most High can deliver us through each other, right? He could do it that way at times. He could come directly. Sometimes he may use other brothers just to deliver us.
I object, Your Honor.
Come. So let's see what he says. Verse 46, who cried with a loud voice, I am clear from the blood of this woman. Then all the people turned them toward him and said, what mean these words that thou hast spoken? So imagine this, right? She's being condemned to death. She cries out to the Lord, says she's innocent, right? And that they're guilty. And now out of nowhere, you hear another voice. I am clear from the blood of this woman. So everyone's like, who's this? And he sees, oh, he's a youngster. Okay.
Is he a judge? Is he some reputable person?
Yeah, exactly. Who are you? And why are you saying something? Verse 48. So standing in the midst of them said, are you such fools, ye sons of Israel, that without examination have you condemned a daughter of Israel? Right? So him being a youth, he's correcting them going, what in the world? What is this? You guys haven't even done examination or even examined knowledge. You're just going off of what you see as in front of you. Remember what Yahweh said? Judge not according to the appearance, but judge your righteous judgment. Right? So Daniel's applying this.
Examine the evidence.
Right. You're going to condemn a daughter of Israel? Verse 49, return again to the place of judgment, for they have borne false witness against her. So the Spirit is dealing with him where he's able to read between the lines of what's happening here, and he can see it. Oh, okay, now it's just a matter of proving it in court. And then Daniel's going to work his wisdom, right, that he's ever known for. And as we're going to see, he's going to do a cross-examination of these two judges, of these two elders.
Everybody's like, oh, this, yeah, he said this, like, and it's not just her, and it's a whole.
What?
Exodus chapter 20, verse 17, the verse right before the one that you read 20 and 18. You want to go to 20 and 17, the one right before.
20.
Verse 17. Verse 49.
I got one on that.
Yeah, I think you went to one in 19, right?
Yeah, I got something.
You can link 43 as well, because she calls out false witness, as well as Daniel.
I think
You can link it with 43 and 49 of History Susanna, Exodus 20 and 17.
They read something quick.
20 and 17.
Just that one right now. I'll read it. And then y'all can read his links. So this is Exodus chapter 20 and verse 17, which reads, oh, wait a minute. Oops. No, it's Exodus. For verse 11, y'all can you quoted Exodus 20 and 17, right? Or you quoted 20 and...
Because they lust.
Exodus 20 and 17.
I have 18 for some reason. I think 18 was for the lightning, right? That was for the other chapter. Sorry.
Praise and exalt him above all.
Exodus 20 and 17.
Sorry. For the one for History Susanna verse 11 is Exodus 20 and 17. This is Exodus 20 and 16. That verse.
After you read that, I had something.
Just change it to 16. That's all.
Exodus
20 and 16, not 17.
Exodus 20 and 16 goes to pick up. Then 49.
Right, and also 43. Where Exodus 20 and 16, it says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." Boom.
43 too.
Yeah.
16.
Yes.
You're doing Exodus 20 and 43, you said?
Exodus 20 and 16 and 40.
No, ain't no 43.
I'll say it. I'll say it one more time. I'll say it again. History Susanna, verse 43 and verse 49. That links with Exodus 20 and 16. And then we have more links to go with those same verses.
Oh.
And it says Deuteronomy 17, verse 6. At the mouth of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. But at the mouth of 1 witness he shall not be put to death. 17 and 6. Got to be 2 or 3 witnesses, not just 1, but 2 or 3 witnesses. Because you have the 2 judges.
Mm-hmm.
Because they witnessed something, not just 1 person.
Mm-hmm. You get another one too?
Right?
Yeah, another one too? Is that? But you see, more than one.
No, that's it.
Okay.
Because there have to be 2
What
witnesses.
that scripture is up there?
Oh, what do you have written down so far?
Right now, I have Exodus 20 and 16 for 49, and that's it.
Right. Also links with verse 43.
Okay.
Because she's talking about them bearing false witness. And then also Deuteronomy 17 and 6, where it says 2 or 3 witnesses.
And there were 2 judges, so they were witnesses.
Exodus 20 and 16.
That's it. That leads with 49, Deuteronomy 17 and 6, right?
Yeah. And let me link this to Deuteronomy chapter 19 in verse 16, and I'll read down to 19, and then we'll go back on the 2 or 3 witnesses as well. Deuteronomy chapter 19. Let me know when you have that.
19.
Then you want to write down verses 16 to 19.
I like this.
That's in Deuteronomy?
Yes, as well. I thought you were going to read this one too. 49, same verse. So this is Deuteronomy chapter 19 in verse 16. It says, "If a false witness rise up against any man to testify against him that which is wrong, then both the men between whom the controversy is shall stand before Yahweh, before the priests and the judges which shall be in those days." Right? So these are the judges in those days, right? During the Babylonian captivity. "And the judges shall make diligent inquisition." This is where Daniel comes in now. Diligent inquisition And behold, if the witness be a false witness and testify falsely against his brother, because people lie, right? Then he shall do unto him as he thought to have done unto his brother. So shalt thou put evil away from among you.
Yeah. And yeah, that was the one that time.
Because even though there's 2 or 3 witnesses, like even verse 15 in this same chapter, that connects with what y'all could have read in chapter 17. Verse 15 in the same chapter says, one witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity or for any sin. In any sin that he sinneth, at the mouth of 2 witnesses or at the mouth of 3 witnesses shall the matter be established, right? So like he already, like y'all could already stated, they're using that to their advantage. To what? Have false witness to have false witness together. But now Daniel in his wisdom says, oh, okay, I see how I can deal with this. I'm going to expose them now for their false witness.
Yes.
He's going to make diligent inquisition.
Because in this society, you have a lot of one person who's saying or a witness and say this and that, you know.
Mhm.
Go to jail people for these things, you know. One person.
Right.
And it's only them. And sometimes later on their deathbed, they say, no, the person didn't do it.
Right.
And then they do the evidence diligently, and the person was innocent all along.
Especially cases against us, right?
Yeah.
So-called white women and brothers, right? All they cry is rape. No evidence, no nothing. And then boom. They find whoever's out, you know, on the street. They say, oh, hey, you look like the guy. Boom. Take him to court. Gallows.
Remember the lady back in the, I don't remember, the lady who killed her 2 sons?
Mm-hmm.
So the black man did it?
Yeah.
And then script a couple of guys
Mm-hmm.
for the line up, you know?
Right.
Like the movie Gang Related.
Mm-hmm. I never saw it, but I know about it.
It was Tupac and stuff. And they be like,
Oh, Tupac.
here's the gun, and the guy grabbed the gun and said, oh, it's not my gun, but your prints are on it.
Mm-hmm.
Another guy said, I was in the hospital, you know? So it's like, sometimes the chief up there said, look, I want this case solved within 24 hours. I don't care what you do, solve the case. And all of a sudden, they have somebody handcuffed, did something over his head, and they take it in. Say the case is solved.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And they pick up some black man off the street.
Right.
But yeah, nothing to do with it,
Right.
but they script him up and take him in.
It shows you right there when it comes to the justice system. It's not about justice. It's really just about states. It's really about state-sponsored terrorism. It's the terrorism that we've been dealing with since we've been here. Over darn near 400 years. No, just the fear of, even up here in the north, just the fear of, I'm out late at night, I could be grabbed up just for being out here. Remember the video I think you sent with Gabriel Union? She was talking about when she was talking to Dwayne Wade, like her adoptive sons, right? About they were going to a place, I think, after hours. Is that the one you sent? Did you send a video to the chat about the Gabriel Union? You're looking at me kind of confused.
Oh no!
She's talking about the challenges that she has.
Children.
The challenges that she has raising young black men. 'Cause they're like teenage age. I think they might be around young Rodney's age. But she said they were going to the park and it was late. She got so nervous because they live in Florida. You know, down in Florida, they got, you know, concealed carry, right? So she said, where are the boys? Where are the boys? We got to get the boys, because her concern was legit. So our money don't mean nothing, right? If they just see young brothers, you know, with the baggy clothes, you know, they got the basketball outfits on.
Okay.
The cops stop them. It could be, you know, shoot, ask questions later.
Right.
So she's going into, like, in the video that I thought was on point. She's going into like how she instructs them, talks to them about, you know, here's how you know how you act. You deal with police. Here's what you say. Here's what you don't say. You know, here's the best time to go out, best time not to go out.
Right.
This, that, and the third. You know, but it was just interesting just to see, like, you would say to yourself, well, she's a celebrity with money, but she has the concern of any, you know, professional black woman or just black woman, so-called black woman in general, who's concerned for her boys, right? And those aren't even her sons, right? Those are his sons from another marriage. But she's pulling them to the side saying, look, here's what you do, because you got a target on your back. You know, you say or do anything that looks like anything, it could be a problem, and it's their word versus yours.
Someone said, why don't you give a nice card? Give a nice card.
Hold on 1 second. The brother, he's making a comment. I'm not sure you can hear him. And then make yours.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody was saying that on the bottom of the comment, once you give them cars to drive to where they're going, but if you give them nice cars and they're young, they're gonna stop them anyway.
Yeah. How'd you get this car? Must be selling drugs. Gotta be selling drugs.
It's like a no-win situation.
Whereas the stats clearly show that, Caucasians are more, or I forget the percentage, but it's like maybe 3 or 4 times, maybe even more than that, likely to be actually carrying stuff when stopped versus us. So it's like the math leads to you should be pulling them over, but we get pulled over more, yet we're less likely to be carrying drugs. What were you about to say, Brother Duffy? Brother Duffy? I didn't hear the hang up. Oh. Okay, guys. Sit tight. I'm just gonna hang up and dial back in. Yeah, I forgot to. It's my bad. Just gonna dial back into the teleconference. 1 second. Stand by.
We got more problems than the big population, huh?
And we're supposed to be the ones using up welfare, is what they say, right? You guys are welfare
This
kings and
service is
queens.
provided by freeconferencecall.com. Please enter your... If you are the host, press star. Please enter your...
You don't send them all by himself.
Thank you. There are 4 participants in the conference.
Still,
Please announce yourself.
Sorry about that, Sharella. We're back on the phone line dropped, but we're back now. We're gonna make your comment though. Yes.
Like I mentioned to you, back in 2001, when I worked in New York City Transit, I did a double, I had to take public transportation. So when I get off at Webster, well, I know people know where that, and in the Bronx, by the Fordham University, undercover cops, roll cops jumped out on me and wanted to murder me. They said, "We're gonna kill a nigga tonight." And I'm like, "Uh-oh." So they tried to bag me up, but I fought them off, and they spread off in the car. I told the corner like that, back when I was in my early 30s, they trying to kill you, man. And I said, "Oh my goodness, I came to the truth." What I saved my life, because they were like 4 of them, and they just ran to me out of the blue. We said, "We're gonna kill a nigga tonight." I'm like, "What? Not tonight." So, I didn't even think about it. I was fighting them off me, and they saw my IED, said New York City Transit, and they saw he worked with transit. So they jumped back in the car and sped off. So right then and there, I was like, man, they really are dirty road cops in here, So it happened to me,
Yeah, and I think I remember you sharing that story before, and this story is definitely relevant to what we're reading here because, like you said, they could have clearly bared false witness against you, and it would have been your story versus theirs.
So I would have been dead.
Blue wall of silence.
It was 4, 2 in the front, 2 in the back, but 2 grabbed. But I was coming into the truth with Shaquan Lot with his show and Alakaya and 2 of them at the time. When I was coming to the truth, that would save my life because I was transferring over because I used to do a lot of hangout and all that, and I had stopped that. And I'm doing transferring over to like the scripts in the Bible, and I think then the most I saved my life in spirit. They could have shot me like this because it was nobody but them and me. Out there, it was nobody on the streets, just me.
Okay.
Just like with the 2 judges in Susanna, right? It's just the 3 of us. Who are they gonna believe? Us or you?
Exactly. That's what changed my whole life around, man.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't even scared at that time because I was like defending myself. I'm like, what's going on here? What do you mean gonna kill a nigga? And like, what's talking,
Stop now and tell us the story of that.
So I like, oh man, he thought it was wicked. And in the Bronx, there's like 1 million, 1.6, like 3 million people live here. And they just drive around at night looking to just jack up people. That's the dirty cops, man.
Yeah, they got some dirty.
Come. I think we mentioned that before. Like, you never know what it might have happened to those same men after that time since then. But the Most High could have had visit them. But
Exactly.
Yakanan he has a comment now.
Yeah, I know before you get back to this. Like Saban, he said his stepfather was walking, and some guy kicked him, and he kicked the guy back.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy grabbed him and was like, cop down, you know? He know it was a cop, a plainclothes cop.
Right.
He said, like, you gotta be careful when you walk in an uncertain place, you know, because they will do things like that to you.
Right. They had most happened at camp that time. Probably more than one occasion. You get a plainclothes cop. He actually had a couple drinks too. But we just dealt with him like we would any pedestrian. But it kind of came out afterwards that he was a police officer. But he had a couple drinks. But we didn't say anything that would have got us in trouble because we kept it in the scriptures, Yeah. It was kind of funny, like anyone else could have been like, yo, don't you talk to me that way, or this, that, and the third. And put hands on him. He's just like, thank you. The minute you grab him up, he's like, thanks. Thanks, because now we're gonna finish it.
They had their hands on me, Nabia. They had their hands on over each side. They had, but I fought them off. They had grabbing. They literally grabbing. They weren't little cops. They were like 6 feet, 6'4", like my size. And I'm like, oh no, I'm going down. I'm not going down like no sucker.
They grab you?
So hold on a second.
Yeah, they grabbed me. But I fought them off,
Come.
I used to have a habit, before I got started getting myself together called respect. You can't badmouth the cops. When they tell something to do, you gotta respect it. Because that's the least little thing you do to give them to attack you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so when they used to do that, I had to learn a lot because I had a couple of hickeys upside my head and all like that, before I got the message from the cops. You know what I mean? Because I used to be I get very angry when they step to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I learned through years, you can't, even though they're wrong, just give them their respect. Yes, sir. No, sir. And then they won't bother you. You know what I mean? Because they're going to attack you. When they attack and stop you, they're going to ask you questions. And I always say yes, sir, or no, sir.
Mm-hmm.
That gives them that have respect for them, and they ain't going to bother you.
Come. And keep this in mind too. I see your hand. Keep this in mind as well. Like us knowing the truth, we do that because the scriptures say, right? Ultimately, we know that we're in captivity, but now for our brothers, the sisters that are out there in the world that do that, it's still a crapshoot for them. They can resist arrest and all that, and still,
A lot of trouble.
right? Because we know that's not enough, especially depending on the cop and the kind of what kind of day he's having or she's having. They want to escalate just because, even when you are cooperating. So it's more of a crapshoot for our people that are in the world. But now with us that are in the truth, we know we have a force behind us that can come in, just like he did for Pharaoh, like he did for any of the rulers, let alone the enforcement arm of the law that's in your face, like a police officer.
Right.
The Most High can control their heart or their mind to where they could do things to help you out, do things to favor you, or to where, they just might give you a warning and say, you know what, it's okay. Enjoy your day. I actually had I have a testimony I want to share in a sec too. Let me just quote these scriptures real quick to respond to what you just said.
Okay.
And then the brother has a comment, then I'll share my story. But this is Ecclesiastes in the 66 books. Ecclesiastes. I wasn't even thinking about that one. But Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 4. And put it to use because you might have to. I know I have. Because when it comes to law enforcement, it don't matter. You could have a 3-piece suit on. You could have on, some gym shorts. You catch a wrong officer at the wrong time of day on the wrong week.
Right.
It don't matter.
That's you. A better you bad one. They told me, Nick, you had no right. I know. Take me to jail.
So what is Ecclesiastes what?
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 4. It says Ecclesiastes 10 and 4. Like I said, you can just write it down. You have to link it with anything specifically. It's just, what we're talking about.
Right.
But it does connect with what we're seeing here about the false witness. and how it can be, used against you. Ecclesiastes 10:4 says, "If the spirit of a ruler rise up against thee, leave not thy place, for yielding pacify great offenses." Right? So it does work in your favor. We know what will ultimately save you all the time if you're not in the truth. But when you're dealing in the truth, like you were saying earlier, just being respectful, just submitting to the powers that be. Or if you were in the wrong, right, for driving too fast or going the wrong way on a one way, whatever it is, just come in clean. We talk about coming clean before the Lord. Come clean before the ruler or the enforcement arm of this ruler, like an officer or something. Just come clean and be like, hey, you know what? Officer, I asked that you had mercy. I was totally in the wrong. I shouldn't have been walking. I should have been driving this fast, or whatever it is. I'm totally in the wrong.
That's only if you're in the wrong.
Yeah, of course. I'm totally at your mercy.
But even if you're in the right, and they just would give you a hard way to go, what do you do?
You say, look, officer, to my knowledge, I was doing X, Y, and Z. I don't know what you saw, but according to my odometer, that I was going this fast. Or
don't get bad.
Right. Just say what you were doing that was lawful, as opposed to their suspicion, and because they might even give you a reason. Right? They just want to see what you're going to say to use against you. Like they say, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, not for you, against you. Yes. So say your piece, try to be as terse as possible, and they may come back and say, I'll give you a warning. Or they say, you know what, I'm going to give you a ticket. I won't give you any points. Whatever it is. Like, the whole idea is that, okay, it could have been worse if you were in the wrong. But if you weren't in the wrong, you can look for and hope for some kind of deliverance coming your way. But the thing is, what we're reading here is to yield. That's why it says yielding pacify great offenses. Because sometimes, like you say, you're dealing with maybe a traffic stop, or you go to court for something, and you just, present whatever documentation you have, or, if you're on the wrong, you just say, hey, I was in the wrong, I was supposed to pay by this time, or whatever, whatever the situation was. The judges look at it and go, you know what, I'm just going to relinquish the charges. You're free to go. And it's just like, when clearly you were supposed to get the judgment because you yielded. It's like, oh, okay, he's not coming in here with some funny story. He's not trying to, insult my intelligence. This is the judge, right? So the judge, he or she is just like, okay, I respect that you're honest. You know what? Just don't let it happen again. You're free to go. I'm just like,
thank you, Jesus.
Most High, yes, Most High. Thank you. You know what I mean?
That traffic stop, hey, get real bad.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. One more thing.
I got another scripture.
No, remember.
No, but before you make your comment, I got another scripture.
Oh.
I want to pull. Then you can bring out your comment.
Oh, we're gonna get to it, brother.
So now,
Don't you read it?
Ecclesiastes 10:4. You could also link it with Matthew chapter 5. Matthew, the 5th chapter. Brother said, please move right along. Move it along, please.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, you don't have time to say that. I ain't had time to say, excuse me, officer. They was on me like lickety split. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I say, excuse me, sir. They was on my ass.
Oh boy, I have to come out and defend
Well,
myself.
like we were saying before, I think we were doing the break, but remember, when you were in the world, it was more so just the Most High's mercy dealing with you in your ignorance. Now that you're aware, now the Most High may have you in a situation where you get to use your words for good. You see? When you told me that story, that was before you were in the truth, so it was a little different.
I was doing transition. I was like talking to Nabi out loud, the TV show.
Done. So just to keep that in mind as well. Because the Most High will have us be in certain circumstances where we have an opportunity to exercise the law. And when we do and get benefits from it, that in turn increases our faith in it. That's how it's supposed to work. And we go, wow, you know what? It really does benefit trust in the Lord. Let me do it some more. Let me study more. Now that you've been called to use it. Kind of like you practice martial arts and you practicing, you're doing a move, but you haven't gotten into a fight. But then you're in a situation where you got to defend yourself, and your practice pays off. Now you're like, wow, okay, this stuff really works. I've been paying every month to do this, this little kung fu, whatever it is. I had to use it. I wasn't just playing around. I had to use it, and it saved my life. Wow. Now your faith has been increased. See that?
Right.
That's how it works. Matthew chapter 10 and verse 20. Chapter 5 and verse 25. Matthew chapter 5 and verse 25, which reads, let me get it. You can just write it down. Matthew 5 and 25, it says, Yahushua speaking, he says, agree with thine adversary quickly, whilst thou art in the way with him, lest at any time the adversary deliver thee to the judge, and the judge deliver thee to the officer, and thou be cast into prison.
What does that mean?
Pretty much what we've been talking about. The whole, he said, be respectful. So you know what? Okay, you're right. I was in the wrong. No problem. Or, oh, I thought I was doing this. But okay, right? Like you pretty much hear them out, and you have a conversation with them, but you're not trying to buck up against them and say, yeah, you crooked cops always trying to pull us over, this, that, and the third. Just agree with them, roll with the punches, acknowledge the right that you've done, and then leave the rest in the Most High's hands. Otherwise, what? Things can escalate, and then you go and you got to deal with this now. So Christ's given us, principles to say, look, when you believe on me, here's all you got to do. And the Most High, my Father will intervene on your behalf. Because remember, during that time, even a lot of our people that were more hardcore than they are now, like the Zealots. I always talk about the Zealots, them just being one of the main groups. These guys made the Black Panthers look like Boy Scouts. These guys were, firebombing Roman embassies. They were, robbing publicans, taking their taxes. And these guys were waging an underground war against the Romans. And they were one of the main catalysts that caused, the whole Jerusalem to be destroyed in 70 AD. We know ultimately it had to happen, but it was just like them. They were just kind of the sparking point, because Christ told us already that Jerusalem was going to be compassed with armies in the future after he died and rose. But you go into the history, like they were the main catalyst for the Romans, just to say, look, problem is going and lay the whole city down. We don't know who's who, because just like with any guerrilla warfare, they do hit and run tactics, knock out an embassy, set it on fire, then blend back in population, put their regular clothes back on.
ISIS.
Like, remember Rambo back in the day, the first Rambo, with the kid? It was like, I'll shine your shoes. He shined his shoes and ran away. Hey, kid, you forgot your shoe shine box. Boom! Right? You don't know who's who. Right? That kind of stuff. So it's like, take the city out. Take the Jews out.
Yeah, even with this, like, agree with your adversary quick. Like, I ordered that, right? And I didn't have money to pay for it yet. So I sent it to the courts, and the courts sent me a paper. And said, okay, I have 30 days to either talk with me, otherwise you're going to go to court about this whole thing, and you're going to pay the court costs and whatever stuff they're going to do against me. So I have to call them and say, look, I pay you X amount every month to avoid all of this court stuff. Because it's court fee and all, and court dates and all of that stuff. So, and they said, okay, fine, take it out of court. You agree to pay this, pay me every month until this is paid out. They sent me a letter, paid in full, and that's it, it's done. I don't have to take a day up and go to court, or take hours to go to court, and then go to the judge, and for the judge said, boom, you got to pay this thing right now, then and there. Otherwise, we're going to throw you in prison. You don't want that to happen. And also another thing, like saying, we're teaching out there, we're out there teaching, everybody's out there, we're teaching. And then the video guy said, F the police.
Remember that? Yeah.
I was like, what? Click, take him away.
I remember that video. And it's so sad. Remember that, and we watched it together, right? I think we watched it together after camp one time. We watched the video, and they put a little screen at the end, said, see what they do to the prophets of the Lord. It's just like, brothers, man, that's not, you weren't doing what the prophets of old did. You came out of pocket because they left them alone. They just walked right by. The cops will mind their business. Let them teach.
Protect us also.
Yeah, that's what the scriptures tell us. He's got to believe it. But just like then, Brother said the itchy trigger finger, you know, he's dead. He a beast, I'm gonna kill me a pig today. You know, when they're not looking, they're not looking past the police officer and looking at, hey, look at what we did to the Most High to even be here. Our issue goes with the Most High in Christ. That's the go-between at all times. They're just a buffer.
Right.
Esau is just a buffer. He's just the go-between. You understand? We want to look strictly at the enemy that we can see.
Right.
We can't see the enemy that's within us. That got us in the predicament to begin with.
Right.
That's the whole point of, look, they're in time, they're in power, but only for a little while. Just do what they say.
Right.
Make sure you follow me, though.
Okay.
If they tell you to do something that's outside of what I tell you, then you buck up. Then you stand your ground.
Okay.
That's what we just read in the Song of Three Holy Children. That's like the main point of that story.
Right.
They weren't bucking against Nebuchadnezzar saying, "The hell with you Babylonians, we're gonna destroy you." No, they were in the government, but then when they were compelled to do a law that went against the Most High's law, they stood their ground. It said, capital punishment, throw them in the furnace. They went in the furnace, the Most High delivered them. That's the rule. Do what they say only when they have you do something that goes against the Most High. Then you stand for the Most High's law.
One more. Remember the night you were talking on the mic, blah, 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 blah. I said, put that mic away. So, okay, put it away. No problem.
Come.
Put the mic away?
Yeah.
Come, because Upper Darby has a different rule. When we're in Philadelphia, it's not a problem, but when you're in Upper Darby, they have a rule about, loudspeakers and permits, and you got to respect that. Just like I remember doing door-to-door sales before, like door-to-door soliciting.
Mm-hmm.
And when we would go to certain towns, we had to go to their like municipal office to get the permit to solicit. Because certain townships, when we were doing sales, they have like a no soliciting rule unless you get permission. So we even did that for something carnal.
I did that too a long time ago when I was selling the Jet Nebby magazine.
Mm-hmm.
We had to go to get some kind of permit in order to work in that area. You know what I mean? Because they wasn't allowed in there.
Right.
We had to go to get that permit.
Right.
In order for us to work in that whole area.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I was really surprised because I wouldn't even, I ain't know nothing like that. But I know that he had to go to the head place to get that permission for order to work in this area. And everything is okay. They all did is go around and check up on you. That's all.
Right.
Make sure you're doing what you said you're gonna do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What verse are we at now?
51.
So yeah, Ecclesiastes 10:2, Matthew 5:25. They don't have a link, but just keep them in your Rolodex and just remember to apply them if and when a situation arises. And with law enforcement. Because most sides, he's in control of everybody. He just wants to see what you're gonna do. If you're gonna get carnal, try to go toe to toe with them, hey, who are you to come with me? Versus let me defer to the Lord, do what he said, and allow him to work. So now, history, Susanna, verse 51, it says, then said Daniel to them, put these two aside, one from another, and I will examine them. So now he's doing the cross-examination. Actually, you know what? Let me read 50, just in case we're a little lost. Wherefore all the people turned again in haste, and the elders said unto him, come, sit down among us, and show it us, seeing power have given thee the honor of an elder. See that they're using their reputation card real quick. See that? So they're kind of like chiding him. They're kind of making fun of him, like, oh, okay, yeah, sit down and let's see what you have to say. Seeing that he gave you the honor of an elder, right? So they're pulling the age card on him, right? It's like, well, you just wet behind the ears. The Most High isn't giving you the honor of an elder like that, But they roll with it, not realizing they were falling into a trap. The Most High was going to get them through this young man. Because Daniel's in the right spirit. Right now, age is inconsequential. You were elder or younger, it don't matter. All matters right now is right and wrong and justice being served. So Most High decided to work through Daniel at this junction. 51. Then said Daniel unto them, put these two aside, one from another, and I will examine them. So this is how you thwart false witnesses, right? Because they agreed to keep the same story to a certain extent until you start asking deeper questions that they just didn't have time to work out, right? You two guys do a crime, or hopefully you weren't involved with this. Maybe you were in the world. Hopefully not after you came to the truth, but you may have even seen it on TV where a certain thing goes down, and like the person that's there is like, all right, look, here's what happened. You came here this time, da 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 da. You're gonna back up what he said. We good? Everybody's like, yeah, we're good. This is our story, right? You got to work out the story, but you can't work out all the details. So a wise judge, he's gonna be able to determine that by asking certain details that you probably didn't work out with your buddies, and then expose the lie. You're like, yeah, see, I'm gonna ask you a question that you probably didn't even think about. That's what we're about to see now.
Okay.
It says, then said Daniel to them, put these two aside, one far from another, and I will examine them. 52. So when they were put asunder one from another, he called one of them and said unto him, O thou that art waxen old in wickedness, now thy sins which thou hast committed aforetime are come to light. We were just talking about this too, as far as some men's sins go beforehand, they're judged, some men's come out after. Right? We were talking about Paul talking to Timothy last night in the class. So he's saying, yeah. Now, before, you've been doing, you've been having this foul thoughts, and you probably even did dirt before. Now it's going to come out. For thou hast pronounced false judgment, and hast condemned the innocent, and has let the guilty go free. Albeit the Lord said, the innocent and righteous shall thou not slay. So he's checking them on what? You're not upholding the law yourself as a judge. Yeah, you're elder, but you slack on your job. The Most High said, what? The innocent and righteous thou shalt not slay. You can just write down as a link for verse 53. Exodus 23.
They've been doing this all along.
Exodus 23.
And now Daniel, what? He what did he say? He did it by the book, like they say.
Exodus 23.
And I think it's verse 7.
Daniel knew the law.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You can read this, y'all can Baba Bashar. Exodus 23 and verse 7.
Didn't you go through this already?
Oh, next week?
Oh, that's it.
Oh, no, you're right. I think next week is 24 and 25. Yeah.
But we can't remember everything because it's like so much information.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to know. Exodus chapter 23, verse 7. Keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay thou not, for I will not justify the wicked.
So there it is. Daniel's checking them on that, saying, you guys are doing the opposite of what the Lord said. I want to prove
You're getting the bribes, huh? Somebody guilty of sin? Not guilty.
it. Yeah, you know why? Because
Like this.
he's padding my pockets,
He challenged you.
So-and-so, he works at a school district. He's going to get my child into a private school. So I'm going to say yes, Or he's going to give me access to certain college universities. He's going to give me access to, stock options or whatever it is. Give me some little insider trading. So I'm going to say yes in favor of the plaintiff.
No, yeah. They were judges, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, when it gets to Susanna, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Daniel said, let
And
the
Daniel,
guilty go free.
and Daniel, he just stuck up and like he was like a lawyer, right?
Yeah. But he was just a young
Came
man.
out of nowhere.
That's how the Most High can deliver us to each other. It can happen that way. That's what's happening here for Susanna. Daniel is being introduced, right? Because remember, he's just a young man. He hasn't even done all the things we read about in Daniel yet, but that's coming.
He's just young.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like David on the scene with Goliath. This is like his Goliath scene, if you will.
Okay.
We're going to read it when we get to the end. Just like,
Okay.
but now check out what he does. Check out how clever he is.
Verse 54.
4.
Yeah.
Now then, if thou hast seen her, referring to Susanna, talking to the one judge who's by himself, tell me, under what tree sawest thou them companying together? So he said, what tree were they under when you saw her committing adultery with this man, right? Remember, they accused her of getting with this dude.
Mm-hmm.
So so Daniel said, okay, so under what tree did it go down before you came and, broke it up? It says, who answered, under a mastic tree, right? So this is a certain type of tree, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, verse 55, and Daniel said, very well, thine own head. For even now the angel of God have received the sentence of God to cut thee in two. So he said, even in the spirit realm, it's already finished for you. Now you're being brought into question, and you're lying like this. It says in verse 26, so he put him aside and commanded to bring the other, and said unto him, O thou seed of Canaan, and not of Judah, beauty hath deceived thee, and lust hath perverted thine heart. Now we always have a question about this. We would say, wow, are these judges heathen? Right? Now, I would say, just from what I'm reading, I would look at it as, yeah, they were Israel, but he's kind of speaking more from a spiritual aspect, as far as you being like we talk about the sons of Belial, right? You know, you like the sons of wickedness. You know, you're following the heathen as opposed to following the Most High, right? You're supposed to be, you know, of the tribes. The way you're acting right now, you're acting like one of them. And I see it that way. You know, as far as these judges that being sent, because it says that they took them ancients of the people to be judges. It didn't say ancients of the strangers. You go back to verse 5. The same year were appointed 2 of the ancients of the people to be judges.
Because we didn't make other nations judges over us.
Exactly.
Because the Most High said, don't do that.
Right. So when he talks about him being a seed of Canaan, it's more so talking about spiritually, as far as him being like Christ said to the Pharisees, ye of your father the devil. And the lust of your father you will do. It's like that kind of thing. Right?
He was also talking about Canaan then too, right?
He's talking about actual Canaan. Because remember, Canaan, they were the ones that we weren't supposed to follow. We weren't supposed to make a deal with them. We're supposed to utterly destroy them.
Oh, he was talking about that type of Canaan, not Canaan.
No, Canaan. Like the land of Canaan.
Right.
Because Canaan is just Cain, Abel.
But when Jesus said that, who was he talking?
Canaan, not you.
He was talking about first he was talking about the spiritual Satan. Then he says a murderer from the beginning. It's like he's still talking about spiritual Satan, but he's using Cain's example because the spirit of Satan was in him to do what he did. You see?
But sometimes, you know, we call each other, acting like something African or something, you know?
Or, you know, people, or you would either hear the slang and say, that's my son over there, right? Like, I'm teaching him, I'm raising him up in whatever it is, you know, my trade, my profession, you know. God forbid it's legal.
Sometimes we see people in just an African garment. I think them African, man. You're a Jew, you're not no African.
Well, like we were talking about the Django Unchained with the Don Johnson. He was the head of the plantation. They kept and the sisters were calling him Big Daddy. Right? Because like he wasn't their physical father, but they're looking up to him like he's running the plantation. He's the boss. Right? And really, in slavery, I mean, even in now, in many cases, mentally, he's like our father, right? We're looking at Esau for how to be, how to dress, how to talk, right? He's like the example we try to lead our lives by. So it's like, you might as well call him your father, right? Because you're not following the Lord, you're following them to live. But that's what's going on here when he says that. It says, beauty hath deceived thee, and lust hath perverted thine heart. Thus had ye dealt with the daughters of Israel, and they, for fear, company with you, right? So they respect your person. So they're automatically on your side, but I know better. But the daughter of Judah will not abide your wickedness, right? So she refused. So Daniel seeing this whole scenario in 3D without even being there.
So he was saying that they had already slept with a couple other women. Is that what he's saying?
And they, for fear, seed of Canaan, not Judah, beauty hath deceived thee, and lust hath perverted thy heart. Thus have ye dealt with the daughters of Israel. And they, for fear, companied with you. But the daughter of Judah will not abide your wickedness. Perhaps it could be referring, to her specifically, and maybe them in the peripheral. Because it seems like what Daniel's pointing out here is like they've had a track record of being wicked like that. Or something else going on here. It's just not being described.
Right.
So I wouldn't say no.
I get you off and sleep with
So Daniel, he knew about some of their track records because from the way they react?
No, because the Lord put it in his mind to know.
Well, okay.
Either
That's what I'm saying.
the Spirit revealed it to
You
him.
know somebody's track record? The Lord has to put it in his mind
Right.
for them to know about them.
Right.
The only other possibility is like, just, you know, him being there, living there, being young, you know, people talk, hearing things, and him just observing. And then now it's like, you know, he didn't have anything to put a finger on, it's just kind of this hearsay. Now situations arise, and it's like, oh, boom, let me go in there. Now I got the opportunity to really expose these guys what they've been doing.
Right.
Okay.
But we know definitely it's the case for Susanna. We can say that for sure.
Because they don't want to see who these women is. All right, I get you off if you give me some stupid thing.
Right.
And then it's like, damn, ah.
Mm-hmm. It says, thus have ye dealt with the daughters of Israel, and they for fear companied with you. But the daughter of Judah would not abide your wickedness, right? See, it is kind of implying like they've abused their power in this regard before in past time.
Right.
Now, therefore, tell me, under what tree didst thou take them companying together? Oh, here it comes. Who answered, under a home tree. Uh-oh. The first judge said matchstick. He said a home tree. Stories aren't matching. Verse 59. Then said Daniel unto him, well, thou hast also lied against thine own head. For the angel of God waiteth with a sword to cut thee into, that he may destroy you. Verse 60. With that, all the assembly cried out with a loud voice and praised power who saved them that trust in him. So when people saw what took place and saw, after he did a cross-examination and saw how it was exposed their wickedness, that was a great means to praise the Lord, right? As we're going to read why they're praising the Lord, just to see, wow, we didn't really know why the Most High was, you know, had this young man start saying these things, but wow, now we see he was right. And now these guys are being exposed for the frauds that they are. Blessed be the Lord. And wow, I can't believe I actually thought the way about Susanna. You know, you always want to deal everybody, since you never know what people may do. But now they probably think it's a kind of way like, wow, I knew someone like her couldn't do something like this. Right? So, and now they're seeing too, they're remembering even what she said too before Daniel even spoke up, how she cried unto the Lord, and then it was almost like, just like that, then Daniel pops up. So they're all seeing this, they're all, you know, seeing this whole testimony, this whole situation, and are motivated by it. Hence they praise God. And they realize, wow, she delivered him through this young man, right? We were going to put her to death, and now she's being delivered. You got something you want to bring out?
Yeah, that's what I bring up. Acts chapter 5.
Acts.
This links with 60.
Yeah, I'm going to read it. I don't know if I'm going to read that. Acts chapter 5, verse 1. But a certain man named Ananias with Sapphira, his wife, sold a possession and kept by part of the price. His wife also, being privy to it, and brought a certain part and laid it at the apostles' feet. But Peter said, Ananias, why had Satan filled thine heart to lie to the Holy Ghost and to keep back part of the price of the land? So they agreed to do something, but they end up lying. But Peter ended up, you know, the Most High put the spirit upon Peter to know that they lied. That they lied, you know. Why you want to do this?
Right.
Be honest about it, you know. The Most High gave him the wisdom.
That was Acts chapter verse 5.
Call it again.
Yeah, Acts chapter 5, verse 1, 2.
1 and 2.
That's where
1 to 7, yeah.
That's where the Holy Ghost told them on the spot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because they lied, you know. They're having a little story together, and that's part of it.
Because he asked his wife, and he said, "You sell for so much?" And she said, "Yeah, for so much." You gonna read further down, or is it, how far down is it?
Yeah. Verse 6. Acts chapter 5, verse 4. While it remained, was it not thine own? And after it was sold, was it not in thine own power? Why hast thou conceived this thing in thine heart? Thou hast not lied unto men, but unto God. And Ananias, hearing these words, fell down and gave up the ghost. And great fear came upon all them that heard these things. And the young men arose, wound him up and carried him out and buried him. And it was about the space of 3 hours after, when his wife, not knowing what was done, came in, and Peter answered unto her, Tell me whether ye sold the land for so much. And she said, Yea, for so much. Then Peter said unto her, How is it that ye have agreed together to tempt the Spirit of the Lord? Behold, the feet of them which have buried thy husband are at the door, and shall carry thee out. Then fell she down straightway at his feet, and yielded up the ghost. And the young man came in and found her dead, and carrying her forth, buried her by her husband.
Now, let me ask that question.
Wow.
Did the Lord kill them, or did their conscience kill them?
The Most High killed.
He killed them.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought they just couldn't believe that they knew what they had did. They just fell out. Like, oh no.
Oh, it was like they had a fit or something like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I can see them fainting, but it says they gave up the ghost. So the Most High, He decides when you die. So
Right.
that was all Him.
But they had a heart attack.
Doesn't say, it just says they died.
They took the spirit from you.
Yeah, Most High can take the spirit. Don't have to be anything physical. Most High want to take your spirit. That's it. You're dead. You coming back up here with me? Imagine that though, right? Somebody just on a carnal level, somebody, you ask someone a question, they lie against you, and it's like, you lied on me? Then you just drop dead. Imagine kind of respect you have, right? Everybody comes to you and be like, hi, like you'd be afraid to say anything that wasn't a lie, right? To someone like you. Because the minute that you ask them about a question, either don't answer, run away, or you're just like, yeah, it's true. Otherwise, you'll see.
Like I know this lady.
Drop dead.
Once again, this lady know that she said, nobody can lie to me because I know where they went, what they said, and what's in their heart. I said, oh, snap. She said people are afraid of her because they're like,
because she has that gift, right?
yeah, she has that. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I'll be afraid of you too, because it's like, yes, sweetheart, I went such and such, and you know what, it goes such and such. Like, I know where you went, and who you spoke to. Like,
And who you slept with.
yeah.
Come. Remember, Yahweh Shai and the Samaritan woman at the well.
Right.
Remember, he was like, your husband, you have had 7 husbands, and the one you're with right now really isn't your husband.
Right. Right.
She's like, I perceive that thou art a prophet.
Right. You know all that about me. You know what I mean?
I just met you. How you know that stuff? Mm-hmm.
You know my story, huh?
But yeah, that's definitely a gift. And remember, people that are not in the truth, they can have gifts too.
Yeah.
It's all about how you use your gifts. You have folks that have all types of talents, whether it be physical talents, mental talents, certain aspects when it comes even to spiritual things, but they still don't follow the truth. So, don't be taken back by that. That's why even Christ said, in that day, they're going to be saying, have we not prophesied in thy name? In thy name, have we not cast out devils and done many wonderful works? They got power too, but they're using it for wickedness. Christ is going to say,
Will that only be Israel, or will that be anybody?
well, a lot of folks going to be saying that, Lord, Lord, our people and the heathen, because look how confused they are, thinking they're following Jesus. You guys see that thing on YouTube? One second. You see that thing on YouTube, Mormon.org? Where it's like this nice, long little, this pretty, like, I don't know what you call it, like, kind of like a video they put together. But they're talking about, he was a king, but he didn't murder anyone. He didn't do this, He conquered that which matters most, sin. It's like this, it's got all these theatrics going. At the very end, they start showing paintings of Caesar Borgia. I'm like, oh, my God. Come find out more about Jesus Christ at Mormon.org. I'm like, oh. They're planning like the crazier this week because the whole Good Friday, and then tomorrow's supposed to be Easter. That whole thing. So they're pumping a commercial on YouTube.
As we speak, this again downtown, right there in front of City Hall with this big cross. It looked like Caesar Borgia.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just standing there, and our people be going up there and taking pictures with him and letting him pray for him and everything. I'm like,
Confusion.
Right here.
Not surprising.
You know,
We saw a guy
Years
years ago.
ago.
right there in City Hall, 15 supermarket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, make a comment, but the Fox been waiting. But
Yeah, we saw a guy years ago with a carrying a cross. We see him like,
you're probably downtown today.
Yeah, you
What's
got
that?
Mafia, your city pull out all stops.
Oh.
You said that years, months ago.
Right. Hold on 1 second, brother. The brother's here that's making a comment. Sorry.
Son,
Don't forget your thought. I know you can't hear us.
What I was saying is this right here, that link up with the one that Dollar None said talk about.
Yeah.
And similar to that, I read some of it, and it looked like it did link up with the Susanna, Daniel, with the part the Acts you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
All right. Come. Go ahead, Brother
no,
Doug.
I was saying you had always said that Esau will pull out all stops. You said that like years ago when I first went into the classroom. And you said like almost every month, you said Esau will pull out all stops. Then they doing the Caesar thing with the army, with their legs bent, and then they showing the picture of Caesar Borgia. And our people was really lost. I'm sure because my family's like this. I go to the house, they got that old. Like, and I suppose that it's not Jesus. I gotta go.
Because the propaganda is wearing off. They have to keep it fresh. They got to keep the Caesar Borgia alive, fresh in our minds, and they got to make sure that the young generation they get it too.
And I heard some Caesar Borgia woman said. She said that all it is what they were seeing is a white woman. He said that's not the real Christ. He said that's white. What they call that? White privilege. It's another word he called it. Like the KKK, the skinhead. It's like they it's like that white Christ is something like I can't think of the word right off, but you already said it. It's like they oh man.
Antichrist?
Huh?
Antichrist?
It's Antichrist, but it's something to do with power. Like put them on top. They use that for like to suppress black and Hispanic folks. I can't think of that word they use. He says to forge your life. He said Christ don't feel like that in the Bible. This was a white woman said this on one of these shows.
Yeah.
He said it's what is the word they use? They use that to suppress our people and the brainwashing. Like my job says, like the Bible says, but it's the word that they use for like keep you down as a slave, to keep you in power. Like it's like propaganda, but it's another word they call it. It'll come to.
Okay.
That's the Satan against Satan. How can this kingdom stand, right?
Yeah. We talked about that last week.
It doesn't bother us, that's the stand. Still got white privilege anyway.
You should tell the truth.
No, but we've been saying it for years.
Right.
We got somebody white says that. Oh, somebody white says.
Well,
We said it from 1969.
Well, a lot of us listen more to white people than we listen to black people. That's a shame, but that's the way we were brought up.
Yeah, both of you guys are right. That's the whole point. It's like, why is it? You guys are saying the same thing from both sides. Like, why should it have to be someone of the Caucasian persuasion to tell you the truth? It's a product of the conditioning. It's like brothers used to quote back in the days at the old camps, and like in the 90s, they used to say, "If Hutton is speaking, everyone must listen." And they'll make fun of our people, how we just eat out of their hand. Like we were saying earlier, Big Daddy, tell me it's okay. Tell me, unless you say it's okay, I won't believe it. They themselves are proud like that. The most ridiculous stuff is say, oh, because, and their attitude is, yeah, I'm white, I said so. So it's true. Attitude.
I got it now. He says the symbol of white supremacy.
Oh, white supremacy.
The white Jesus Christ is a a symbol of white supremacy.
Yeah.
It's Christianity in its force, and it's the symbol of white supremacy. That's why they put that up there.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And once again, like brother said, we've been teaching that for years. But now the minute they put it up, it's like, oh, see, and then you have other whites that'll say, oh, you're just a liberal, this or that, which is really just you're a nigga lover, you know. You're kissing them black folks behind, But it's like, but it's true. People of my race who are in positions of authority are doing horrible things to people of color, especially blacks. More and more white folks are coming out and just admitting it.
Sometimes they would say like, oh, you're racist black, and that's a big thing, a big joke about it. And let's go back to our white privilege and our white homes and our white jobs and all that stuff. That's so white big deal.
Yeah, come.
I heard another brother say it too. He said, this whole thing about us being racist and them being racist is not the same. He said, when it comes to blacks being racist, it amounts to name calling. That's about as far as it goes. He said, when it comes to so-called white folks being racist, they can prevent you from going to a college. They can prevent you from going to a certain school, getting a loan from a bank, getting a certain job at a corporation, you know, a public sector. Racism, right? Where you can actually do something for yours and against someone else's race. He said, when we talk about, oh, it's just racism on racism, it's like, what we do is just, it's not the same. It's pretty much name calling. That's all it amounts to. We talk about, you guys just like the KKK. Like, no. It's not the same.
You could be overqualified, right? You could be qualified, have 800 credit scores, have the income and everything. It's like, no.
You can't do this job. You can't go to this university.
Let me talk to my loan officer.
I have the money.
Let me talk to the dean of admissions. Maybe
You can't buy this house.
maybe the dean of admissions. Maybe she can make an exception. Oh, I just talked to her now. I'm sorry. We've made our quota for this year. We're sorry. We have no more room. You know, booked, fully booked. Sorry. This is business. You know, it's business, not personal.
They pick up the way. Nah.
And that's the game. The game is, can we come up with a cover or something, a way to explain away the racism? We have to call everything but what it actually is. That's the art. We can master that art. We can keep them enslaved, right? And say, hey, it's just your fault. You didn't pull yourself up from your bootstraps. But it's like, dude, I don't even have boots. Like the brother said in that video, I don't even have boots, let alone bootstraps to pull myself up from. But you know,
Kings and the
Jay-Z want to buy the 18 club. Not for sale.
you
Can't buy this.
one of these days.
Verse 59? 59?
No, 61, because remember you linked up Acts with verse 60. So real quick, everybody, for history of Susanna, verse 60, link up Acts chapter 5, verses 1 and 2, and the brother also read 4 down to, I think, 10. Make sure you have that.
You only have 5, 1,
Yeah,
7.
come. But now
So Acts 5, 1 to 2, and then also verses 4 to 10. Con.
Forget to mention too, with the white supremacy, and then after how they knew they were doing that to the so-called black folks in America, when they came out of World War I think World War II, they was giving all the military white families free homes and bank loans, also their kids go to college. They didn't give it to none of the black soldiers when they came home. So that's how they got another big jump over us. All them loans when they came out the military, but the blacks didn't receive not a dime.
Absolutely. Because at that point, you're right. Because at that point, the well-to-do whites already had the leverage. Now, middle and working class were given the advantage over us at that point.
Exactly. And it's written. I told them the show, and they said, that's put us back a long way. We didn't get the benefits of nothing. They put their kids through college for free with that Army grant. That's how they kids went to college in the 50s. That's what they call it, the baby boom.
Mm-hmm.
That was World War 1 or 2?
So 2. That's why Esau always loves going back to the 50s, the 1950s. Such a swell time in America. Such a swell time in America. Swell time. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
And you said the blacks couldn't get that house for that long enough.
Right.
Ain't that so?
So we couldn't get that. They denied us that out the military. We didn't get that. They got it. They got the kids go to college for free, the free grant. They got homes already built. They got houses, homes, and free loans for the kids can go to college without even coming out their pocket to pay. And the blacks would deny that.
You're just not working hard enough. It's your fault. It's your fault.
There should be some type of class action suit on that.
Oh, there is. There will be. Whether or not I'll get hurt or not, another question. Cause so
they're not gonna give us what is it, 50
40
acres of mule?
Yeah, 40 acres in the middle.
Definitely ain't gonna give us that either, huh?
Yeah.
We can't depend on you.
Right?
So this is 61, right?
61.
And they arose against the two elders, for Daniel had convicted them of false witness by their own mouth, because when they asked them about the different trees, they said the different trees. Their stories didn't match, which exposed their lie. So the link was 61, Ecclesiasticus 42 and 8. Ecclesiasticus chapter 42 and verse 8. You can link with that. Also, Job 32. Job 32, 7 and 9.
42 and 8.
Yes. Ecclesiasticus 42 and 8. Job 32, verses 7 to 9.
That's why I like the Bible in your class, because it's history. It's our history from the past, present, and future.
Absolutely. And we are our forefathers.
Yeah, come.
Just come back.
You know, that's so real. The one time we went to Virginia Beach and we went to the colonial, the bed Roy Washington slept in, and I had a deja vu. I said, damn, I've been here before. I said, so-and-so's over there, over there. I'm like, yeah, that was back in 1700 or something. It was like a deja vu thing.
You never know. May have been.
They made me on that boat across the Delaware River, you know?
I often wonder that myself. Like my generation, I say, well, I wonder who are the ones that actually came over. It's tough to say.
32 and 7.
7 to 9.
Like, so you go somewhere, you say deja vu, like, I was from this place, you know? I've been here before, you know. I married, you raised, but you know, you would go somewhere and you feel like, yeah, I've been here before.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Ecclesiasticus 42 and 8. Be not ashamed to inform the unwise and foolish, and the extreme age that contend with those that are young, like we have in this scenario here with Daniel and these elders. Thus shalt thou be truly learned and approved of all men living. If you're right, you're right. You're wrong, you're wrong. Sometimes pride can seep in, and you may say, "You can't tell me nothing. You ain't been around. You don't know nothing. You ain't been to earth that long." But hey, sometimes you have to acknowledge it for what it is. You know what? You're right. Yeah, you're younger, but you got the answer. I can't deny it. 61. Job 32 and 7. Elihu, one of the other friends with Job, after listening to them go back and forth, right, about why Job was catching hell. Check out what he says. Job 32 and 7. I said, days should speak, and multitude of years should teach wisdom. Verse 8. But there is a spirit in man, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth them understanding. Then it says in verse 9, great men are not always wise, neither do the aged understand judgment. So just because you old physically don't mean that you're old spiritually. Right? One more. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4, verses 8 and 9. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4, and verse 8. I'm just going to read it. You can write it down. Chapter 4, and verse 8, also verse 9. Like I said, just write it down. I'll read it. Yep. For honorable age is not that which standeth in length of time, nor that is measured by number of years. Verse 9. The gray hair unto men, and an unspotted life is old age. See that? So that's what makes you old. Your righteousness, your wisdom. So you may physically, okay, you look old, but now how is your spirit? You can still have the spirit of a youth, carrying on, acting a fool like these elders. That's why we read a scripture about an old adulterer that doted. That's something that's hated, because it's like, how are you going to be an elder, an older man in a nation? You don't have anything to show for. You're still out here running around like a simpleton, right? Chasing after every little desire that you had. No self-control.
Right.
Nothing to share or shed for the youth. Like we always do, y'all kind of can't, right? We go back and forth with the people, and you know they want to tell us, "Oh, I don't have time for you. I don't have time for that." Especially the older, so-called Christians that are you could tell they're stuck in their ways. We call them out on them. We say, "You're supposed to be teaching me, elder.
Yeah.
You should be shedding some light on me. You should be teaching me this Bible. I should have learned this from you." You know, and they get ashamed, but that's what it is.
Now, you said Job, that was 32:7-9?
Yes.
I thought it was 7 verse 9. I just tell my father that too, and my grandma, hey, you're not teaching me dookity squat, man. You know, like, you want to whip my butt, but you don't tell me nothing.
Yeah.
Exactly. So verse 62, I'm about to read it now.
64, did you finish?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Did you finish it off? Did you just clarify it?
Oh, no, I'm going to read it. It's okay. Throw out. Verse 62, and according to the law of Moses, they did unto them in such sort as they maliciously intended to do to their neighbor. We read that already in Deuteronomy 19, right? Whatever they thought about to do to you, now it's going to be done to them.
Right.
Death, thus the innocent blood was saved the same day. See that? So Susanna was preserved alive, right, for her righteousness' sake. Put that. 63. Therefore, Hilkiah and his wife praised power for their daughter Susanna. So now, imagine how it let down the parents may have felt, right? Hearing the first story, going, oh, our daughter, right? All the years we put into making sure she would become an upstanding woman, right? A daughter, a beautiful daughter of Zion, beautiful in and out,
Right.
inside and out, to then be accused of something as horrible as this.
If they really believe that she did.
Right, but then, like I said, they're praising the Lord because they're saying, wow, think about how they felt. Their hearts probably sunk, right?
Right.
Like, we wouldn't know where to do this. Wow, I guess we don't know your own children. All the thoughts may have crossed their mind. Just to be delivered in the same instance, right? In that same situation.
Right.
You know, it's just a praise into your house that she wouldn't have been falsely accused and then put to death because of it.
Right.
That justice was served for her sakes. They praised power for their daughter Susanna with Joachim, her husband, and all the kindred, because there was no dishonesty found in her. Right? So they're all thankful, right?
Right.
And it says in 64, from that day forth was Daniel had in great reputation in the sight of the people. So that was Daniel's introduction, right?
Right.
Both sides. Raise them up.
So
Daniel up. Testify again.
if you didn't know Daniel, you know, at that point, you knew about him now. And it's funny because the Most High will do that for a lot of our righteous forefathers and foremothers, where, you know, they'll be doing what they're supposed to do for some time. It won't be until a situation comes about that'll then propel them into what? Fame or notoriety of some sort, right? Some sort of deliverance that they'll allow, or something that they'll be able to break down or unveil. Right? Like think about even like say with Joseph way back, where, you know, he was a righteous young man. He had to go through a lot of things before he came into prominence, right? He was in prison, falsely accused.
Right.
Until it was time for that dream to be discerned, right? That they had, that the Pharaoh had. He was just, you know, there in prison, you know. But then it was a situation where he was able to discern the dream, and they said, who is this man to be able to do this? Bring him out of here. Let's give him this. Let's give him this position, that position, right? Let's give him authority now, right?
Right.
So sometimes it'll be like it'll take time before a brother or sister will be put out there. It'll be a certain situation that'll take place that'll then put them out in the forefront. You know. even Daniel later on, he will be, right now he's got a name in Israel. He's gonna have a name in the whole world later on when you read the book of Daniel for discerning Nebuchadnezzar's dream.
Oh, okay.
Now he's gonna be known throughout the world. He's gonna be made, what? I think it says he's gonna be made third president. So he was like third in charge of the top empire of the planet at that time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That was very interesting that he came to testify against Susanna. The Most High put that in his mind that he can come to rescue her. You know what I mean? The situation was very hectic.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And for the elders thought they could win the battle.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because they feel nobody else could. They didn't have their story really together.
Right.
Because of the two different trees that they was said two different trees, and that's what that protected them.
Mm-hmm.
So every time they story went together.
Mm-hmm. That's what we were saying before.
Ezekiel 14 and 14. Though these three men, Noah, Daniel, and Job, were in it, they should deliver, but their own souls by their righteousness, said the Lord God.
Come. You can also read verse 20 also.
We said that. We read that last week.
Ezekiel what?
14 and 14.
You can read verse 20 also, if you want.
20.
Ezekiel 14 and 20.
14 through 20, right?
No, 14 and 20. Ezekiel 14 verse 20. So Noah, Daniel, and Job were in it. As I live, said the Lord God, they shall deliver. Neither son nor daughter, they shall but deliver their own souls by their righteousness.
Come. So showing you that they made the team, right?
Yeah.
Good.
What was that again?
Ezekiel 14 and 14, and also verse 20.
Righteous brothers. Righteous brothers.
Come. I guess you could link this too, since you pulled that one. You could write down Daniel chapter 12, verse 13 as well. You pulled that. This is when the angels revealing to Daniel that certain things are going to happen in the end times after him.
Daniel chapter 12 and what?
13. Talking about future events that'll take place after Daniel. The abomination that causes desolation.
What tribe was he?
Who?
Daniel, what tribe?
Judah.
Judah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Con.
That was Daniel 12, 13 of it?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta look up to 64.
Yes. It says, this is the angel talking to Daniel. It says, but go thy way till the MB, for thou shalt rest and stand in thy lot at the end of the days.
What verse is that?
Daniel chapter 12 and verse 13. It's the very last verse of the book of Daniel. He's talking about how some are going to be raised up into glory, some are going to be raised up to shame and everlasting contempt.
Wow. That's good.
I enjoy that. Because,
A woman's reputation was on the line.
yeah, tell me
A
about it.
righteous sister.
Right, tell me about it. And she kept an eye to the sky with the Most High, you know?
It rhymes.
Look at Joseph.
I mean, she could have had, just had this belief, but her belief was very strong. But she believed it all the way,
Yep.
you know?
Sometimes people get executed because not even this, falls with X. Because these two judges, they did let the guilty go free.
But the judges had power. And the judges had power.
And Daniel saw their wickedness. The Most High is the Most High. Yeah, you have to give the Most High credit.
The Most High
Most High
gave Daniel
the Most High
power.
gave Daniel.
Insight.
So we come to an end. So next week, which will be the 22nd of April, we're going to be Exodus 25 and 26. Yeah, we did 23, 24 already. Exodus 25 and 26. Going to be the reading for next week. Any color for the garments. Also, I'll send a text later tonight. Just to kind of, this is a final reminder for the closing, which is going to be Sunday evening at the Ramada Inn, Bordentown, New Jersey, for the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Hopefully we'll start by 9 o'clock. But definitely come by 8. Come by 8 so that we can begin by 9, most sides will, since we our first time coming. First time, having the feast there. So, like I said, just look for the text and just respond as far as, if you already told me, don't worry about it. If anybody who's not so sure, just reply back if you are coming and which you plan on preparing. If it's planning on preparing, it doesn't have leaven, obviously. Since we'll get to have other foods there, not just the Seder meal like we do when we begin the Passover or the Feast of Unleavened Bread. See, that'll be tomorrow night at the Ramada Inn. Like I said, I'll send a text out to distribution just as a reminder. You just reply to that if you haven't already, or if you haven't reached out to one of us already about it. And then once the sun sets Monday evening, that will be the official end of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. But we're going to have the final feast, the 7th day at sundown, which will be Sunday night, tomorrow night. But then Monday, when the sun sets, that'll be the end of the 7th day, which will end officially the Feast of Unleavened Bread. You begin to eat things that have leaven again.
No, but I'm saying,
One
I did
second.
better than last year, but the rest of the holy days, the feast days and stuff, are you?
In your, I'll have the new moon for you guys, and then following, I think the wrap, more than likely they have leaven in there. You have to kind of make it yourself with just the whole wheat that's not allowed to rise. But it's always a question when you go to get someone else's wrap as opposed to wrap that you don't make yourself. Or if you get the wrap, you want to make sure you just check and look at the ingredients to make sure it doesn't have any leavening in it. But if you do find something that don't have leaven, I would say that you have a shot there. So that's it. Like I said, I'll send a message later this evening, just speaking on these things again. And keep an eye out for the new moon calendar, which you should be seeing first from me. Hopefully, like I said, before the end of the weekend, I can send that to you guys.
How you gonna say something? You slept too. You're a hypocrite. I can't be a hypocrite. You ain't feel free. I'm talking about he slept.
So this isn't appropriate. I'm trying to close out. We'll say a short Shabbat. Most sides will talk to everybody tomorrow evening for the service, the closing service, the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Definitely enjoy the remaining of the feast. And with that, we'll do the closing prayers. Someone get the blinds, Baba Kushan? Can someone close the blinds, Baba Kushan? The water.
Well, how do you die? Okay, you know that. How do you die?
Barakatu Yahweh by Shimi Hawashai, Asheran to the now Poya Gapin Tuara Aman. La Yahweh by Shimi Hawashai Af Yashra. Amadwa, Panyawai Roshlum, stand and face Jerusalem. Closing prayer. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahweh Shai, Babakushai, Shemai, Lanawa, Aitha, Yamyan, Aitha, Shalak, Ma'ika Allah, Waha Allahayim, Tazwadakim, La, Shemar Ayel, Barak, Rapah, Magan, Wa Chazayak, Banya, Yasher Allah, Washalak, Lanawa, Rabium, Kakama, Rabium, Da'if, Rabium, Bayanad, Rabium, Sabalanwa, Rabium, Amawan, Rabiim, Aqua, Rabiim, Ahabiim, Rabiim, Haganah, Rachanaya, Wasalak, Ko, Katayanawa, La'akim, Wa'akiwa, Weasha'ala, Thumyad, Waiwalam, Ba'asham, Yahawashai, Thawada, Aman. English translation, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now. Right now, send Michael and the righteous powers to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the children of Israel. And send to us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, much spiritual protection, and forgive all our sins. For the brothers, sisters in Israel, always and forever, in the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, so be it. Four corners prayer. Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, Barak Nawa, Waya Sha'ala, Wabathya Saparim, Shema, Yasharele, Yahweh, Allah, Yahweh, Yahweh, English translation, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, bless us in Israel and the house of books, or the school. And then we said, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Once again, we'll say a Shar Shabbat, or Happy Sabbath day. Also, Happy Feast of Unleavened Bread. We're in the 5th day now. Once the sun sets, we'll be in the 6th day. And Sunday night, we'll have the closing service, as we stated earlier, Sunday night after sundown. So we look forward to seeing you all there, or you seeing us there over the live stream. Have a blessed rest of the Sabbath, and we'll talk to you soon.
Shalom. But that'll be Sunday night, sundown, Nabia?
Come.
Shalom.
Okay. Shalom, Israel.